Her CIA Operative Fake Husband by Kimberly Montpetit. Narrated by Elizabeth Walker. Chapter 1. New Alias, New Woman. Erin Steele cringed as the scissors inched along her jawline, snipping off her long dark hair while her stomach clenched. "Too close for comfort!" she burst out. "Watch the ear, I'd like to keep it." She arched an eyebrow at Darla, the retired FBI agent who created aliases for agents who needed a disguise. "You're gonna love this new look, darlin'," the older woman assured her. "Braden won't recognize you." Erin lifted both eyebrows. "I don't know this Braden you speak of," she said, feigning innocence. Darla laughed and then pursed her lips again in concentration as she moved around Erin to ensure both sides of her new hairstyle were even. This time Erin's new look wasn't just a disguise, but the dreaded deep undercover for the Witness Protection Program. She'd be going so deep, Erin was turning her life over to the FBI and CIA for the rest of her life. Not just an alias and a wig for a brief assignment, but a new identity. Birth certificates, passports, and an entirely new look. She may never live in the United States ever again. Country hopping instead. On the move. Always looking over her shoulder. A troubling unease prickled over every inch of her body. But they had no choice. Assassins were already looking for her and Braden. Erin had taken on a variety of fake names and personas for jobs in the past. Still, she never could have dreamed that she and Braden Moretti, the man she adored, would be placed in witness protection because her sister Amelia was married to a wanted man. Holden Grayson was a wanted man on every continent on the planet. She couldn't shake the feeling that Amelia hadn't gone willingly, despite what Amelia had insisted in Savannah. Her sister had to be lying. She had to be afraid. The situation was hard to grasp, but mostly it was infuriating, especially when Amelia refused to talk to her. How could her sweet, law-abiding sister, who never even got a traffic ticket, get mixed up with a man like Holden Grayson? It was unthinkable. People didn't change that much. Not her goody-goody sister. "My life is over," she'd raged to her boss, Agent Howell, after she flew back from Savannah. "I have to give up my family, friends, colleagues here at the field office, my life in San Francisco, not just temporarily or for a couple of years, but for the rest of my life." Agent Howell gazed at her, his fingers steepled under his chin, not speaking. "And Braden was shot," she added icily. Her boss dropped his hands into his lap. "I do empathize, Agent Steele. It's been a rough few years for you and your family," he added, referencing Amelia, who had been missing that long. Missing 2 years only to turn up married to one of the world's richest, most corrupt men at a Christmas party on a yacht in Savannah while Erin was undercover with an alias of her own. Erin stopped pacing the carpet and sank into a chair. She was tired inside and out, fighting against the emotion burning at the back of her eyes. But she had signed up for this job after all. She'd survived the rigor of training at Quantico, and now she had to stay neutral, professional, and objective. Besides, even if she resigned, Holden Grayson and his thugs would find her and kill her. The first month after the job at the Levine Mansion in Savannah, Erin had spent every day at the hospital by Braden's side with round-the-clock guards, and then at a private physical therapy outlet where Braden was registered under a pseudonym. It was time to leave California. She'd given up her cute apartment to return to Savannah for her new identity. Not just a new name, but a new background, siblings, backstory. She was about to get the file where she would have to quickly memorize all the details and regurgitate them fluidly and efficiently. As if he could read her thoughts, Agent Howell said, "I know the situation is worse for you because it's your sister's life, but we're all worried about her." A rising sense of anger clawed at her throat. Her life as Erin Steele was over. She'd never speak to her family again, or see them again. Her friendships with colleagues at the FBI precinct in San Francisco couldn't even exist anymore. At least she still had Braden. Kind of. They would meet in a few days while using their new personas and passports. Their engagement from a month ago was now an event that had never happened. None of their old life existed any longer. Even so, they had desperately wanted to be married before hurtling into this wild new world, even if it was in secret. But it had to happen soon. Instead of canceling their wedding, Agent Howell finally agreed to let them do a small wedding with immediate family only, with their new identities but no photographs. Strict rules and a promise their parents had grudgingly relented to agree to. So even the small wedding she had dreamed of was ruined. Erin had spent a month grieving and breaking into tears every time she was alone, until Agent Howell told her to get over herself and buckle down to do the job. But when he had said goodbye to her, Howell had given Erin a quick fatherly embrace at a restaurant 50 miles from the field office. They both knew they might never meet again. Before walking out the door, her boss placed a high-security burner phone between Erin's palms, giving them a quick squeeze. "Only use this in extreme life-and-death emergency, or if you've been compromised. Even then, there are no guarantees we can rescue you. As of now, we don't know each other any longer," he had reminded her before walking out the door without looking back. A few minutes later, Erin had hunched over the steering wheel of her car and heaved out huge, ugly sobs. She had never felt more alone. Why did she ever sign up to be an FBI agent? It seemed like the stupidest thing she had ever done. But she would never have met Braden. If the two of them played the script right, they would have each other in a few weeks. That thought kept her going. When Darla spun the chair around to the bank of mirrors, Erin squeezed her eyes shut. "I'm scared to look." Darla squeezed her hand. "Don't be afraid. I've always done a good job for you in the past. Embrace the new you, whatever her name might be." Erin opened her mouth to speak. Darla quickly added, "No, don't tell me. I don't want to know. I can't know. Not good for either of us." The woman leaned over Erin's shoulder while running a finger along her throat while she grimaced. Erin laughed at Darla's antics. "It's funny, but at the same time, it's not funny at all." "I know, darling. Just do your job. Keep your head down and don't bring attention to yourself. You and your honey will be just fine." "Thanks," Erin whispered. Darla had her get up and move into a chair surrounded by bright makeup lights. "Now we do your face. My team also decided to have you wear colored contacts, at least until we get you on site and things calm down a bit. Maybe just a year or two. Do you have any eye allergies or sensitivities?" "Nope. I used to wear contacts before I had LASIK surgery when I was in college, so they shouldn't be a problem." Darla nodded. "Good. Since you have big brown eyes, we're going with green contacts. Blue would be perfecto, because I'm turning you into a blonde bombshell. But light blue contacts might clash with your sexy brown eyes." A laugh escaped Erin's throat. "You are too much, Darla." "At least you're smiling instead of crying, sweetheart." "I know this isn't easy. The worst job I have is creating a permanent change of identity. I always go home and cry myself." When Darla gazed at her in a motherly fashion, Erin whispered, I'm going to miss our little adventures." The older woman took a deep breath, taking a swipe at her moist eyes. "Enough of that. We'll turn into two big crybabies if we keep talking like this. Hold steady now." Erin widened her eyes and Darla dropped the contacts into place. Blink, blink. Here are some fabulous eye drops to use. Take them out to sleep or they'll seal your eyes shut. And even then, keep them close if there's a midnight encounter with one of the bad guys and you need to don your eye color again. Lifting her hand, Erin saluted. "Affirmative, Sergeant." "You ready for the big reveal now?" A wan smile crossed Erin's lips. "As ready as I'll ever be." Darla turned the chair to face the mirror. "Ta-da!" Instantly, Erin's throat went dry. She stared at the mirror and tried to breathe. Leaning forward, she lifted a finger to touch her new hairstyle on her cheek. Darla was right. All her dark brown wavy hair's soft curls and lustrous shine were whacked off. Now her hair was dyed, highlighted, and cut into a style she would never have chosen for herself. Darla had cut her hair along her jawline, giving it body and pizzazz with cute jagged edges. The jagged cut bangs and a mix of several blonde shades had been expertly done. The woman had also straightened her hair so that it swayed back and forth like a perfect sheet of water. It was so different and glamorous, yet adorable, too. At least 8 inches are gone. And, I'm certainly blonde, Erin whispered. Although I'm not a bombshell like Marilyn Monroe, more like a San Diego surfer girl in a bikini on the beach. Darla chuckled and leaned in. "I'm sure there's a certain someone who will love you in a bikini on the beach. Depending on where in the world you end up," she added wickedly. "Not that I have any idea, I promise." "I believe you, you crazy woman," Erin teased. "I guess I'll find out if blondes have more fun or not." "Send me a postcard." "No, scratch that. No postcards. We could both wind up dead." A shiver crawled along Erin's spine like spiders. "I can't think about that. It's too terrifying." Leaning in again, Erin blinked her green eyes. Not exactly green, but not brown either. A different shade of green altogether, like a deep emerald stone. Fake eyelashes, a much lighter shade of face makeup, and rouge and lipstick made her look completely different from her usual self. It was disconcerting. It was uncanny. "I look like a completely different person." "That's the idea, sweetheart. I also have a new wardrobe for you. No more suits and black heels and professional FBI wear. Fun, flirty, bohemian is your new style." "I don't think my own family would recognize me." "Exactly. You cannot be recognized, my dear. That would prove deadly. But I do have a surprise for you. A wedding gown for your wedding day. Like in 30 minutes. Erin swiveled the adjustable salon chair around. "Agent Howell is coming through on his promise? Am I getting married in a ceremony right here today? Please tell me you're not teasing me." "I have a back room created especially for secret trysts, or a temporary hideout when someone is on the run, or agent lovebirds like you and Braden. Today is the first time it'll be used for a wedding. Not many of our agents marry each other. You two are an exception." "I suppose because undercover agents, especially CIA, work alone." Darla gave her a wink. "Yep, CIA can be quite incognito with regular families and children with soccer practices and piano lessons. Never had 2 agents from the FBI and CIA fall in love on a job before. I just hope we don't go down in history as the last 2. Well, you might be, but not because the bad guys eliminated you. Darla's voice softened. The mission will be a success, and you will find and save your sister. Tears swam behind Erin's eyes. Thanks, Darla. Now let me show you your wedding gown. The guests will be here in 20 minutes. Butterflies fluttered up into Erin's throat. She was marrying Braden Moretti right here, right now. It was surreal after everything they had been through over the past couple of years. Darla rose and took her into the back rooms. Here is your luggage, already packed with everything you need to create yourself each day, the woman said, waving a hand at 2 suitcases waiting at the back door for when Erin departed. Summer wear, undergarments, bathing suits, toiletries, makeup, a couple of evening wear dresses, shoes, sandals, the works. Erin bit her lips. It sounds like we're going somewhere warm. With water. I suppose it will be fun to explore a whole new wardrobe. That's my girl. And hanging right over here is your wedding gown. Sorry you didn't get to choose it yourself. Darla moved toward a changing booth in a second back room, beckoning Erin forward. Oh, it's lovely. You do know my tastes. I research each of my clients, believe me. Erin's eyebrows shot up. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, Agent Darla, she teased. I'll help you get into it. Darla glanced at her wristwatch. We're running out of time. All of the parents will be here in 15 minutes. My mother and father are here? And Braden's parents? A sudden onslaught of emotion hit Erin right between the eyes, and she teared up. Darla winked, placing a hand on her shoulder in a soothing gesture. Deadly serious. In reality, Agent Howell is a peach, not the gruff man he always portrays. He's even a grandfather, if you can believe it. Although, when we reach our rendezvous point, will Braden and I have to pretend to meet each other for the first time? Wherever it is that we're going, because I do not know. Some of this is so confusing. And one thing Erin hated was ambiguity. She liked having a specific mission with specific instructions and a plan she could enact. Darla waved a hand at her worries. Pfft, you'll know when you see him, wherever that might be. After stepping into the wedding gown, Darla fastened up the row of pearl buttons. The dress was glamorous and slinky in smooth, creamy satin. A lace applique bodice with a heart-shaped neckline showed off her figure, along with a simple veil attached to her strange new hairdo. A beautiful set of pearl earrings and a necklace, and a pair of sexy high heels finished off the look. Erin stared at herself in the bank of mirrors in the dressing room. I'm not sure I could have chosen anything better. Thank you. You're easy to work with, Miss Klein. Erin's stomach shot into her throat. What did you say? Why, Miss Lacey Klein, you know perfectly well what I said. How is Arizona these days? Arizona? Erin repeated with a stilted laugh. It's winter time, so I suppose the weather is fairly nice this time of year, although it will be hotter than Hades in just a few months. She swiveled her chair around and stared at Darla. You do know where I'm going? I confess I took a peek at the portfolio, and I couldn't resist teasing you to see your reaction. The woman grew sober for a moment. In the future, you have to be careful to not have any reaction. You have to become the new you. Erin bit at her lips, suppressing a grin. I hate you right now. I know, sweetie. Everybody does at this stage of undercover prep. At least you get to go on vacation for a while. Darla murmured, silently handing her a folder that contained Erin's new backstory. Read this in the back room after we take your passport photo. Passport? Erin echoed. Then she laughed. Of course I need a new passport. New name, new look. I have a setup in one of my back rooms. Follow me, my girl, Darla said gaily, as if this was a fantastic adventure instead of a life-or-death mission. About 20 minutes later, Erin had posed for the primary photo, and Darla had cut and glazed the picture onto a thick and sturdy plastic sleeve that she then inserted into a United States passport. Erin watched the woman's deft hands in awe. I think you've done this a few times, she said, arching an eyebrow. Whatever gave it away, Darla quipped in return. Okay, put it in your handbag over here. I've loaded the purse with a wallet, money, lipstick, an airline ticket, and directions to your accommodations at the end of the flight. All the rest is in your packed luggage, waiting for the car and driver to pick you up outside, but not yet. What else do I need to do? Darla's voice softened as she placed a palm against Erin's cheek. Only one thing, sweetheart. Get married to your man. Erin's throat tightened. You mean Braden, correct? Howell isn't suddenly pairing me up with a new partner, is he? If he does, I'll give him a taste of my right hook. Darla waved away her concerns, laughing at Erin's funny threats. Of course you're marrying Braden as soon as your groom and guests arrive, which will be any minute. Right now, read the dossier back here in my attached apartment. Then we'll burn it in the fireplace and prepare you for the wedding. The groom shouldn't see the bride before the wedding anyway. Right. Erin repeated while a sense of surreal reality washed over her. Chapter 2. Lacey Klein, court reporter and novelist in training. 15 minutes later, Erin had inhaled the information in the dossier, memorizing all the essential facts before sticking the pages into the fireplace and watching the flames eat them up. She placed the new passport into the handbag sitting next to the luggage. Lacey Klein, current residence Gilbert, Arizona, court reporter. Grew up the youngest child of parents now deceased. One older brother named George Klein lives in Spain and works as an internal auditor for an international company that makes computer chips. He's married, has one daughter, and works from home. Lacey Klein had grown up in San Francisco but had lived in Arizona since high school. At least that would help Erin to be more believable since San Francisco had been her home her entire life, except during college. Erin had also visited Arizona a few times while at UC San Diego. She and her roommates had driven the 5 hours several times to visit Gilbert or Sedona and enjoy the warm winters and water parks. Having an older brother would also make it easier since she could speak vaguely about her brother Sean without stumbling over a lie. She was used to not talking about Amelia, her missing sister, for the last few years. From the other side of the suite door, Erin heard voices as her parents and Braden's parents arrived. Nausea gripped her stomach. It was all happening so fast. Not the marriage to Braden, she loved and adored the man, but her entire life changing. The possibility of never seeing her parents again physically made her sick inside. Darla was suddenly at her elbow. Here, don this wig and pop out the contacts. We don't want all the parents to see the disguise. The woman handed Erin a wig of long, dark brown hair that fell in waves, just like her own hair had done her entire life. Without the contacts, her eyes looked the same again, although the makeup was a little much and her coloring was a bit different. It was a small risk to bring her parents here, but Agent Howell wasn't wholly unfeeling. You look like the same you again, except with heavier than usual makeup. Blame it on me. I used to do makeup for Broadway stage shows before getting recruited to the agency. Who's performing the wedding? Don't we need to get a marriage license? Erin wobbled on the high heels as Darla opened the interior door. It's all been taken care of, my girl. Hear the music? It's begun. Now go. It was true. The sound of a recorded orchestra and piano playing the wedding march came from somewhere. Darla placed a hand on her arm. Take this. Take this. Almost forgot the bridal bouquet. Erin gave a wan smile when the woman shoved a cluster of miniature white and red roses and baby's breath held together with red and white ribbons into her fist. She breathed and pressed a hand against her stomach to quiet the butterflies churning inside. Lifting her eyes, she spotted Agent Howell, both sets of parents, and Braden standing in a little nook across the main beauty studio. A small smile crossed her lips. Darla had even put up a flowered arbor to stand underneath, as if they were at a church or in her parents' backyard for the ceremony. At the sight of Braden, her heart went into overdrive. Oh my, but that man was gorgeous. The love of her life. Hers forever. If they survived this enormous challenge. Braden's eyes lit up when Erin stepped into the rear of the long room. He only had eyes for her. When he gave her a reassuring smile, she nodded. Everything would be okay with him at her side, even if they might be strangers at first, wherever they were going. Erin wasn't at all sure on that last point. Perhaps it depended on the circumstances of the moment when they first met up. Even so, if her boss was allowing them to marry, maybe they could be married while undercover. Erin slowed her walk across the tiled floor, so she didn't look like an idiot rushing across the room. It was the slowest walk of her life and the fastest, in the most surreal sense of time. Her mother dabbed at her eyes. It was apparent she had already been weeping a little. Her father gave a stoic but gentle smile. She had the best parents, and an overwhelming sense of loss swept over Erin. She was going to miss them terribly. She and Braden were going to miss so much. Everything. Hopefully, one day they could come out of the witness protection program. But there was no guarantee. Even if they managed to find Holden Grayson and Amelia, Holden's influence was worldwide. Assassins to take down the agents who brought the man to justice would be waiting in every dark corner for the rest of their lives. They might never be able to return to their old lives. When she reached him, Braden immediately took her hand in his, tenderly squeezing her fingers and then kissing the back of her knuckles. His eyes never left hers, as if she were the only person in the room. She gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Did you even recognize me?" she whispered. "Of course I did. I'd know the woman I love anywhere, in any disguise." Braden leaned forward to whisper in Erin's ear, his hand on the back of her head in an intimate embrace, as if they were the only two people in the room. "I can't wait to kiss you, my beautiful woman. It's been way too long. Our honeymoon can't get here fast enough." Erin tried not to blush in front of their parents, especially her boss. "Even though we'll be separated from our families for a long time, at least we have each other. It's the only thing that sustains me." Someone cleared their throat. Agent Howell asked, "Are you two ready? You can talk after we marry you. You can talk all day and night if you want to." Everyone tittered a bit, and Erin covered her mouth, trying not to laugh, even as her face turned red. From the corner of Erin's eye, she spotted Braden's mother dabbing at her eyes, his father standing erect, one hand under his wife's elbow. Today was her first time meeting them since they had left San Francisco several years earlier and retired to Virginia, where they had grown up. Braden was practically the spitting image of his father. Tall, dark-haired, broad football shoulders and a kind smile. For some reason, that fact comforted Erin. She wished she could have gotten to know Braden's parents.
"Remind me to have you both sign the marriage license," Agent Howell said softly, as if highly aware of the other 4 adults. "We have one in your names, but also one in your aliases' names, in case someone looks you up."
"Birth certificates too?" Braden asked.
"Already done," Howell replied.
"Okay, no more talking. As promised, we'll get you married, and then you're off to the airport.
Separately, of course."
A fresh set of goosebumps rose on Erin's arms. A suspicion of something good or something awful. And then the butterflies flying rampant in her belly suddenly made her feel nauseous.
"Are you okay, Erin?"
Braden asked, his eyebrows knitting together in a frown. He gripped her hand tighter as she swayed on her feet.
"I'm okay. This is all so strange and overwhelming."
She shook her head. "I'm fine, honestly, don't worry." Agent Howell began without any preamble.
"We're happy you can all be here to join Braden Moretti and Erin Steele in marriage today. It's been a pleasure to work with them in the intelligence field. Their ability to work together surprised even me," he added with a small laugh, and Erin glanced at Braden, who gave her a wink and a grin. "More than a year ago, on the first day they met, I was worried that they'd be at each other's throats, but something happened during that first job, and they have done amazing work for the Bureau ever since. We're happy for them to have found each other. And now they're off to the most demanding job of their lives."
Erin's head jerked up when her mother let out a quick sob.
"Mom," she whispered, "we'll be okay, and we'll find Amelia." "I have every confidence they will accomplish their task. And now, I'll read the official words. Braden, will you take Erin Steele as your lawfully wedded wife, to have and hold, from this day forward, for better for worse, for richer for poorer, in sickness and health, to love and always cherish for the rest of your mortal lives?"
"I will," Braden said, lifting Erin's hand to press his warm lips against her fingers once more.
"Always."
Tingles of love and desire and joy swept through Erin's entire being. Goodness sake, she loved this man. His steady character, giving heart, loyalty, intelligence, and devotion had become her rock. And his kisses were the best. He'd made her swoon for more than a year. Protected her, watched out for her. Agent Howell turned his eyes to Erin. "And will you, Erin Steele, take Braden Moretti to be your lawfully wedded husband, to have and hold, from this day forward, for better for worse, for richer for poorer, in sickness and health, to love and always cherish for the rest of your mortal lives?"
"Oh, yes, I will,"
Erin said, a catch in her voice. Behind her parents, she spotted Darla grinning like crazy, a hand pressed against her heart.
"Very good. I think I can say for everyone here, including both sets of parents, that we are all happy for this moment, and for you to begin your life together. I now pronounce you Braden Moretti and Erin Steele."
A loud boom sounded from the back of the room like a gun had gone off. Instinctively, Erin hit the floor, along with Braden and Agent Howell. Her mother let out a strangled scream, and Erin crawled over to her to protect her. Instantly, 2 agents appeared at the back of the room.
"Gotta go, Howell, now." "What was that? A gunshot? A bomb? Was it in the neighborhood?"
Howell asked, perturbed by the interruption as he brushed himself off. Braden helped Erin off the floor, chuckling in her ear about the sudden drop to the floor.
"By the way, you look fantastic in that dress, gorgeous woman," he said in a low, sexy voice.
She grinned up at him, then glanced down at her gown. "I'm not dirty or messed up?"
"Nope, you're perfect."
The agents strode forward so fast Erin didn't even have time to blink. One of them took her arm, and the other took Braden's. "Now," the two men said in no uncertain terms. "We've had a sighting, and if we don't get you out of here, we could all be dead in the next 20 seconds. That's when pandemonium broke out. Erin's entire body buzzed with instant adrenaline. Darla scooped up the wedding paraphernalia and threw it into a closet, locking the door while Agent Howell whisked both sets of parents into a soundproof safe room right behind him in the shop, the invisible door materializing out of the wall like magic. Next, Darla folded up the chairs and swept up the paperwork, which seemed to disappear into thin air. Then she ran to help a third agent load the two waiting vehicles with Erin and Braden's luggage, while the first two agents pushed them through a dark hallway and straight into the back seats of two black SUVs. The driver of Erin's vehicle didn't even look at her. "Down on the floor." "What's happening? Where'd Braden go?" At first, neither agent answered. The driver gunned the accelerator and the SUV shot forward, rounding a corner with squealing tires. They would merge nonchalantly into traffic within seconds and head for the airport. "We're taking you to the airport," one of the agents said without turning around. "Change your clothes in the back seat. We have everything you'll need for your new assignment in the rear." Erin opened her mouth to speak, but all at once a black partition closed her off from the front seat. She was alone. She had no idea what was going on, and Braden had been ripped away from her so viciously, her heart was spinning and about to break in two. The marriage ceremony had never even finished. Agent Howell had never pronounced them husband and wife. They had never kissed to seal their vow of eternal love and fidelity to one another. They had never exchanged wedding rings, although her gorgeous engagement ring was still on her finger. She gazed at it and wanted to cry. The glittering ring of diamonds and rubies would have to come off now. Maybe forever. Slowly, Erin tugged the ring off her finger and tucked it into a hidden pocket of her handbag. Agent Howell had promised they would be together and marry before going off on their assignment to find her sister and Holden Grayson. But they weren't married at all. And at the moment, Erin wasn't sure she would ever see Braden again. Chapter 3. Wedding On, Wedding Off. Tears of despair and fear choked her throat and filled her eyes. She hadn't even had a chance to hug her parents and tell them goodbye. It was almost certain that she would never see them again. The reality of that had arrived, hard and fast, and it was killing her. But she didn't have time to think about it. The sensation was of disappearing through a dark and winding tunnel when she had been ripped from Braden and whisked out the door. The SUV swerved from side to side with each turn, throwing Erin about the rear seat. After landing on the floor too many times, Erin could finally climb onto the leather bench seat and discover a small shopping bag. Darla must have tossed it in at the last minute. Inside were the green contacts, eye drops, and a heavy plastic container for the brown wig she was wearing. Tugging it off, Erin stuffed the fake hair into the bag and smoothed down her new short blonde hair, whipping out a mirror to ensure it was in place and not a complete mess. After popping in the contacts, she was immediately startled by the new person that stared back at her. The biggest problem was her wedding dress. Where did she leave it when she took it off? The back seat of this secure SUV? And what would she wear in its stead? All at once, the dark glass panel between the front and middle seats slid open, and one of the agents handed her another bag. He didn't even turn his face to her. It was clear that the agents didn't want their faces to be identified. None of them would be able to identify each other after this trip to the airport. The partition window slammed shut again. She was on her own. But Erin had been on her own when she had gone to Savannah the previous year, carrying sensitive surveillance equipment and taking on a new name and alias. This time was different, though.
All Erin could hope was that she and Erin would meet soon wherever she traveled. They had gone through dangerous and life-threatening jobs before today and would survive again. That man was her rock. She had to keep her faith in that and their powerful working relationship. Taking a deep breath, Erin slipped her arms through the wedding dress sleeves and tugged it off around her knees. After laying it on the seat next to her, she rummaged through the new bag of clothes, where she found a swirly dress of deep blue with yellow accents on the collar and short sleeves. She tugged the dress over her head and wiggled it over her hips, lifting her torso to complete the action just as the giant vehicle made another sharp turn. Erin banged her head when she slid into the side door. "Ouch! Jeepers, was that necessary?" she muttered. The dress had been created from a comfy, light, summery material. Was she headed to Florida? Mexico? The beaches and coast of Spain or Greece? Of course, she didn't know much Spanish and had zero Greek language skills. She would stick out like a sore thumb. All she could do was trust the process. Everything would be okay. Just breathe. Besides the pretty dress, there was a light cardigan, wedge sandals, and a handbag with a wallet, credit cards, and her new name of Lacey Klein, and a wad of cash in a hidden slot. A small bag of toiletries, her passport. There was also an itinerary. But she didn't have time to look at it because the SUV screeched up to the airport curb and the back door opened. Cautiously, she climbed out, hitching the purse onto her shoulder while she looked longingly at the wedding dress left behind. Without making eye contact, the driver said, "Luggage is on the curb with name tags. Go check in." The next instant, they had pulled away and were gone. Erin's stomach rose into her throat when the black vehicle disappeared around the curve of the airport drop-off road within a matter of seconds. She was alone, on a job, without any more backup. She'd done it before, she'd do it again. Pulling on the handle of the two suitcases, Erin tugged them across the sidewalk. The airport sliding glass doors swished open, and she paused for a moment, moving aside from the other travelers coming in behind her. Glancing through the itinerary, Erin saw her first instructions and the flight confirmation number written across the top in handwriting similar to hers, then headed to the Delta Airlines counter where she would take Air France to Martinique Island. While waiting in line, she opened up her handbag again and studied the flight times. When she handed over the ID and passport to the agent, the woman asked, "Are you traveling with anyone else?" "Nope, just me," Erin said in a carefree voice, smiling as though she was a tourist going on vacation. The Delta agent smiled. "First time going to the Caribbean?" "Yes, it's exciting," she said. "The weather should be better than here right now. At least it better be. I need some sun and sand." "Sounds great to me, Miss Klein." The desk agent handed over her boarding pass and luggage tickets. "Gate B18. Security is up the escalators and then to the left. Have a good flight." "Thanks," Erin murmured, keeping a tight hold on her carry-on bag and purse. After security, where the passport passed the second hurdle with the uninformed TSA agents, Erin grabbed a soda at one of the fast food restaurants and sat down to wait. The caffeine settled her nerves a bit. She felt a lot better once she was on the plane, and they began the long journey to Atlanta and then Santo Domingo, until finally landing at the Martinique Island airport. The views were spectacular. Martinique was a mountainous island with sparkling blue waters, green vegetation that grew across practically every square inch, and pristine beaches. The itinerary stated she would be picked up by a car service after collecting her luggage and transported to the house that had been prepared for her stay. Butterflies wreaked havoc in Erin's stomach, even as she rubbed the sleep from her eyes after the long journey. At least the flight attendants had served a breakfast sandwich and juice, so her stomach was no longer rumbling with hunger.
The tropical island was in the same Eastern time zone that Atlanta had been, even though it was early morning after the late evening flight. An hour later, Erin had disembarked, retrieved her luggage, and walked out to the curb. Consulting the itinerary, she called the number on the secure phone for the car service to inform them that she had arrived. Would it be a local taxi, Uber, or a car with a CIA driver? It turned out to be the latter, of course. Alerting any locals about her as a traveler or the location of the house she'd be working from wasn't a good idea. Best to remain as incognito as possible. Perhaps she'd pretend to be staying at the rental house for a few months with the task of writing a novel. As she suspected, her ride pulled up to the curb in a small car with dark windows.
"Lacey Klein?"
a voice said from the driver's window. Erin climbed in after loading her baggage into the trunk, which popped open automatically. The vehicle was battered with dents here and there, so as not to call attention. No posh cars for this job. At the wheel was a nondescript woman who never turned around to look at Erin, along with a male agent in the front seat, who Erin assumed was carrying. They probably both were.
"Everything good?"
the woman asked briefly. "Perfectly. Jet lag is all."
"I hear that the house has comfy beds,"
the female agent added, turning her full attention to the busy roads and intersections. There was no more conversation until the SUV entered a hillside neighborhood with beat-up paved roads and cracked sidewalks. The driver stopped at a cute yellow cottage at the end of a cul-de-sac. Clusters of trees and shrubbery surrounded the property. Erin spotted telephone poles and power lines above the trees. Hopefully, there would be good reception, both internet and satellite. The woman pressed a button to open the trunk so Erin could haul her luggage electronically.
"Good luck,"
she said behind dark sunglasses, handing Erin a house key before driving away. Erin watched them for a moment as the vehicle stopped briefly at a rickety red stop sign before disappearing behind the massive tree lines that appeared to cover every square inch of the island. The house sat on a hillside so that Erin could spot the blue of the ocean in the distance and the curve of the island and the sloping hills. It was a stunning view. "Hope this works," she muttered, inserting the key. It did, hallelujah. Hauling her luggage took 2 trips from the front porch, but when she finally locked the door behind her, she paused to gaze at the house's interior. It was actually pretty adorable. Cute wicker furniture, a recliner in a soft brown color, yellow and blue painted walls, a full kitchen with everything Erin would need, including a dishwasher and laundry machines. Rolling her suitcases down the narrow hallway, she peeked into a small bathroom, a spare bedroom, and then the main bedroom, complete with its private bathroom. A door led off the back of the room to a balcony. Erin tossed her purse onto the king-size bed and opened the French doors. A stunning view greeted her eyes, and she sucked in a breath. The balcony was a bit higher than the house, since it had been built on an upward slope, and she could see for miles in all 4 directions. That was good. Very good. A deep pang of sorrow hit her right in the middle. The longing for Braden was acute. He was supposed to be here with her. This house, this island, was their job for the next few months, and their honeymoon, supposedly, but not any longer. Braden had been ripped away so fast that Erin didn't even see her fiancé leave the beauty salon. She was instantly herded out, and she assumed he was too, although it was more like he had disappeared. No kiss, no goodbye. A pain in her chest rose at the horrible thought that she'd never see Braden again. They had been ripped apart and sent to opposite sides of the world. Was the wedding merely a ruse to hustle them both away before either of them could speak in private and make any personal plans away from their handlers? Biting the inside of her cheek, Erin had to stop thinking about the injustice of it all. She blinked,
brushed away the threatening tears, and tried not to lose hope. For the moment, she needed to push aside the loss of Braden as her partner and hope it was temporary. She had a job to do, her sister to find, a wanted criminal to locate and capture, aka Amelia's husband, Mr. Billionaire Grayson. A sweet warm breeze brushed against her face, and Erin closed her eyes for a moment. The island of Martinique was a haven of beauty. The island breezes rustled the trees below her, and she leaned an elbow on the balcony for a moment, then checked the structure for safety. It was solid and secure. She spotted several hints of white sand beaches on every side of the island. They called to her. She loved the ocean, and the water was most likely quite warm. Beach time was for later, though. First, she had to explore the lay of the land, learn who her neighbors were, purchase groceries, and most importantly, find the control room in this house. "Okay, where are you?" she said aloud, spinning around. Still holding the key to the front door, Erin made sure it was closed and locked. Opening the cupboards in the kitchen, she discovered they were well stocked with dry goods and canned meals. The refrigerator and freezer were also stocked. For a moment, that would save her time getting settled. Turning, Erin spotted a door behind the pantry that appeared to go nowhere. The door was also locked. Using the key, she twisted the knob and pushed it open. A set of stairs descended into darkness, but there was a light switch on the wall inside the door. No switch on the kitchen side, which was good. Nobody would see this door very easily the way it was positioned at an angle behind the fridge on a separate wall. If someone were to enter the house, all they would see was a food pantry. Interesting that it had been built in a kind of hidden alcove. When Erin flipped the light switch, the descending stairs and the room below lit up like noon on a bright sunny day. Erin placed a foot on the first step. It was firm and sturdy. Even so, she held onto the wall as she walked since there was no banister. When she got to the bottom step, she stared in amazement, and a giddy sensation rose in her throat. This would be her playroom for the next few weeks. Definitely the surveillance control room, Erin said aloud. Chapter 4. Secret Island Hideaway. A bank of computers lay on tables across the right wall. The second wall of screens showed every inch of the property and the surrounding area from surveillance cameras. There were hidden speakers across the house's perimeter, so Erin could hear anyone approaching and discern their conversations. The third bank of computers and cameras on her left picked up several areas of the island, including the beaches, airport, and the boat docks. She could remotely switch between views or change the angle of the cameras. But can I see any other islands? She wondered aloud. I would bet Amelia and Holden Grayson aren't actually on Martinique, but somewhere else entirely. That was the task. A big one. Erin wondered if she would have access to a boat or a plane and pilot to go exploring. Hopefully, that would be revealed at some point. Opening a few of the desk drawers and another door that led into a corner closet, Erin discovered more surveillance equipment and bugging paraphernalia, as well as a gun safe with a combination that needed a series of numbers, but no code to unlock the safe. "Gosh, thanks, Howell," she muttered, her first puzzle to figure out. She spent the next 30 minutes looking through every drawer, nook, and cranny for the combination, but there was nothing. The control room had a soft humming sound, which meant all the computers were already running. Erin clicked the space bar on the keyboards to light up the individual screens, but not one of them held any kind of message for her. At least that was the case until she went upstairs again and booted up the laptop she'd left on the kitchen table. A message scrolled across the screen.
Happy birthday, Lacey. Have fun on your getaway vacation. Drink some margaritas for me. Sunbathe, eat good food, and flirt with all the local men. But don't get into trouble, girl. Love, Amy Marie. P.S. Next time, take me. Amy Marie was obviously a code name for a fake best friend for Lacey Klein. The birthday message sent Erin stumbling back down the stairs to the gun safe. She punched in the numbers to her birthday on the keypad. Didn't work. Then she clicked the month and day, adding zeros, and the whole year instead of an abbreviation, but still no luck. Okay, Howell, what's the secret? Then it dawned on her. She must be more tired than she realized. Flying upstairs 2 steps at a time, she grabbed her handbag in the primary bedroom and took out the passport. Lacey Klein's birthday was different from Erin Steele's birth date. Another race back down to the secret room. When Erin inputted the new birthday numbers, there was a clicking sound. Success. Squeezing the handle to the gun safe, she pulled it down and the door opened with a creak. Whoa. The safe was loaded with weapons. Several variations of 9mm, a sweet reminder of Erin's FBI training days at Quantico. A couple of AR-15s, sweetly dangerous knives. A long rifle with a scope for long-distance targets, and ammunition for each specific weapon. Boxes and boxes of it. Erin sincerely hoped she would not have to use any of this, but it was nice to be trained and have it on the premises just in case of a raid, invasion, or shootout. If her parents realized the potential danger she was in, they'd go ballistic. They probably knew the hazard and vulnerability of it all, but they had always supported her career choice. She was sure they also spent a lot of their time on their knees praying for her. The entire family had certainly prayed for years for Amelia. Her sister had turned her back on everything she had once held dear. The contradiction of Amelia's actions was something Erin had never been able to figure out, let alone come to terms with. This entire situation, being here in the Caribbean to find and take down her sister and her incognito husband, was still too surreal to fully comprehend the reasoning behind her sister's motivations. All she wanted was 10 minutes to talk to Amelia. To really talk to her and ask the hundreds of questions that had been building for more than 2 years. But would she ever get the chance? With a slow sigh, Erin closed the weapons case and locked it again. She'd inspect the guns more thoroughly later, load up a couple of them and keep one at her bedside. Well, probably strategically place one in every room of the house and her handbag. Right now, her stomach was screaming in hunger. Instead of cooking or eating a can of soup, she went out to get an authentic meal in town. Besides, she needed to start exploring the island with an eye for fast maneuvers and getaways if she needed them in the future. Erin grabbed her purse, locked the front door, and stood stock still. There was no sign of a vehicle of her own to get around, but it was evident that no car sat in the gravel driveway or parked along the side road. How could that have been overlooked? Growling under her breath, she stalked around the outside of the house, inspecting windows to assess their condition. She didn't spot another outside door. The windows had tough locks, which gave Erin a sense of ease. A fire hazard, to be sure, but if she were raided, she could defend herself and the house more easily. Finally, she found a small shed located behind the house, past a yard of patchy grass that needed cutting and a large mahogany tree. Tugging at the door, Erin cautiously stepped inside as her eyes adjusted to the darkness. "Ha!" she cried aloud. This shed was a detached car garage with a small-sized SUV just waiting for her. A local license plate was up to date with a registration sticker that didn't expire until the following year. After driving with the two agents along the winding coastline and the rugged mountains that filled most of the island, Erin was glad she had an SUV. The roads looked a bit rough once they had left the airport in Lamington, a suburb of the capital, Fort-de-France. She could only hope that no off-road driving was in her future. A keypad to unlock the car door stumped her at first, until she used Lacey Klein's birth date again and the door opened with ease. Erin slid into the driver's seat and then pressed the start button on the dash. Surprisingly, the vehicle's engine roared to life, despite having no actual key on her person. The ignition must be imprinted with her fingerprint. Erin was impressed by the security of the hideout. Erin spent the next couple of hours getting the lay of the land, or island. She drove through tree-crowded roads, passing homes and estates nestled in the hillsides and towering trees. The pristine white sand beaches as she circled the island were impressive, and Erin determined that tomorrow she was going to the beach. Because at the moment, she was waiting for her instructions. She had no specific plan of action. No set of directives had appeared anywhere in the control room. After dinner, she'd look through her belongings once more and the basement surveillance room, but so far, she hadn't come across anything specific. Were Amelia and Holden here in Martinique? Was there intelligence that suggested it? She had no idea, but the thought of it filled her with a sense of excitement and dread. Even so, her sister might disappear just as fast as she had last year, and she doubted Holden Grayson would be here on such a busy public island. Coming into the capital city again, Erin found a French restaurant and parked. The seared tuna, fresh spinach salad with strawberries and blueberries, and fruit sorbet for dessert were fantastic. Of course, this was Martinique. Settled by the French and still owned and run by France, street signs and menus were in French, and the sound of French accents and language surrounded her. She knew a smattering of the language, but those college studies were long ago. The air was warm and humid when Erin paid for her meal and wandered up and down the streets, swishing her skirt and swinging her handbag on her shoulder with a carefree, confident air. She could play the tourist all day long if she needed to. Even so, she was itching to get to work on her assignment and find Amelia. "Mademoiselle," shop owners called out to her. "Mademoiselle, beautiful scarves for the lady. Jewelry. Come inside and I will make you a good deal." She passed a fresh fruit and vegetable market and bought a bag of produce, passion fruit, mangoes, and kiwis to take home with her. By the time Erin backtracked home, it was growing dark, and jet lag had caught up to her in spades. She parked the vehicle in the rear shed, unloaded the groceries, and headed downstairs to the surveillance room. All was just as she had left it. She expected nothing less, but this kind of detective work could put her nerves on edge, and her instinctual radar was on high alert. She hoped she could sleep tonight because exhaustion and nerves were about to overcome her senses. Opening up each computer's browser, she half expected to find a message for her, but there was nothing. She and Braden had sacrificed their final marriage vows, only to be whisked away on high alert, and here she sat twiddling her thumbs. Before closing the basement room, Erin opened the gun safe and took out one of the Glock handguns. After filling it with a loaded cartridge, she set the safety and took it upstairs with her. After taking a shower, she felt more refreshed, despite the constant yawning. She needed to settle in as soon as possible and be seen around town as a long-term tourist, a writer who was here to soak up the island atmosphere and write a novel. A laptop was provided for that very purpose. She took it to the kitchen table, plugged in the charger, and then returned to the big bedroom. Erin hauled the 2 suitcases onto the bed and unlocked them, letting out a laugh every time she took out the items Darla had packed for her. Thank goodness there was a large closet. That woman was an accessory maniac. Darla had packed outfits for every possible occasion. Casual bohemian-style dresses and skirts, cute shorts, culottes, sandals, chunky jewelry, a raincoat, umbrellas, sweatshirts and sneakers. There was even an evening gown and a pair of red stilettos. Where in the world would she ever wear that? It was almost comical, as if she were one of James Bond's female spies he'd met at some billionaire's party to impart state secrets before taking down the bad guy without breaking a single high heel. Last of all was a makeup bag to maintain her new appearance with instructions on how to apply everything, of course. The freewheeling Lacey Klein was certainly not Erin Steele, whose everyday clothing was jeans and sweatshirts for chilly San Francisco, business slacks and jackets for work, and an occasional casual skirt and heels if Lila Norwood pestered her enough to go out once in a while. After unpacking, Erin could hardly stand up any longer. Double-checking that all the doors were secure, she dropped into bed, leaving her phone on the bedside, and turned it on. The handgun lay underneath the extra pillow on the far side of the king bed. Her cell phone had been silent all evening. Was that a good thing or a bad thing? Erin was asleep before she could figure out the answer to the question. The first thing she did in the morning was to check her phone. No messages, no assignments, no clues, and no plan. Still nothing. Where was everyone? It gave her a disquieting feeling, as if she had been dropped in the middle of nowhere, like the Atlantic Ocean, and forgotten. Chapter 5. Flirting on the Beach. Okay, then, Erin declared in an annoyed voice, rolling over to sit on the edge of the bed. I'm on a much-needed vacation, and I can have fun alone, Agent Howell. She took a quick shower, brushed her teeth, then pulled on a swimsuit and tossed a bathing suit cover over her head. After tucking her toes into a pair of sandals, she placed a Glock into her handbag and a couple of pieces of fruit from the market, then slipped into the SUV. After driving downhill where the house resided, Erin couldn't stop thinking about Braden. She kept watching the clock and wondering why she hadn't heard anything from him. Not even a text message. Where was he? Was he okay? Had he been sent to another island? Would she ever see him again? The not knowing was bewildering at the least, disturbing at the worst. Erin shook her head to banish the negative thoughts and tried not to keep worrying. A quiet, isolated beach sounded nice, but she had no idea where to go since she was new here. Of course, there were miles and miles of beaches and shorelines. She wanted something public and family-oriented so she could easily blend in with the crowds. Looking at the maps on the island online, she decided to head for Caravelle Peninsula on the island's east coast. The description was of miles of public beaches along the ocean and calmer waves. It would also be better to be around other people and families, blend in with the tourists. On Caravelle Peninsula, she could genuinely become Lacey Klein, a working girl on a long overdue vacation, attempting to write a book. After driving through quaint streets and shops of the city, she reached the road that took her out to the peninsula. It was perfect and exactly what she was hoping for. The peninsula was 7 miles of sand and beach stuck out into the Atlantic Ocean, with laid-back snack shacks, lunch cafes, and soft sand. Families with children ran in and out of the waves while their parents waved from beach blankets underneath umbrellas, coolers of cold drinks at their sides. The drive to get to the beaches was beautiful, too. Miles of sugarcane fields reminded Erin of a trip she had made to Louisiana a few years ago for a counterfeiting case, the tall green grasses waving in the island breeze. A sign on the road announced the route to a place called Chateau de Buc. Huh, a castle here? Erin wondered, peering through the windshield. From a distance, the regal mansion appeared to have been built in the 18th century, probably one of the original sugar or coffee plantations of the early settlers from France. She'd have to check out the tour if she stayed here all summer. Perhaps she needed to go by the visitors center and get better maps and a more detailed list of the island's various terrain and hot spots. A hike to a waterfall sounded like fun. But for now, all she wanted was warm sand and warm water. After parking the car at a place filled with families and couples and a nearby cafe carrying snacks and drinks, Erin exited the vehicle and pulled out her bag and beach towel. Sticking a visor on her head, she added a pair of sunglasses against the sun-drenched sky to trudge through the soft sand. Before choosing a spot to camp out for a few hours, Erin purchased a cold soda from a friendly vendor who gave her a broad smile and a bonjour, followed by "Merci, mademoiselle, merci." A few minutes later, Erin laid out her extra-long towel, plopped herself down, lathered her skin with sunscreen, then took a sip of the ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Erin closed her eyes. Bliss. Pure bliss. Letting out a long, weary sigh, she hadn't realized how stressed she'd been over the past month since Agent Howell had informed her and Braden that they were going into the Witness Protection Program. The cold soda helped, but Erin's eyes grew heavy under the noonday sun, and she found herself nodding off. The sounds of playing children and the crashing waves became a distant white noise. Rolling over onto her stomach, Erin allowed herself to drift off for a few minutes, her hands folded under her cheek. Goodness, but this was nice. How long had it been since Erin had truly relaxed? Longer than she could recall. Certainly not since she and Braden had stumbled across her sister Amelia looking like $1,000,000 on the arm of Holden Grayson. The shock of that night on the boat in Savannah nearly 3 months earlier still hadn't worn off. More than surreal. It was like being hit with a brick in the worst possible movie plot twist. Erin woke with a start when an inflated bouncy ball hit her leg. Rising on her elbows, she tossed the ball back to a group of children, who quickly apologized and snatched it up again. The ball was nearly bigger than they were. "No worries," Erin called out as the kids ran screaming back into the frothy waves rushing into shore. One of the mothers called out, "Pardon, madame, pardon les enfants." "De rien," Erin returned with a smile. "No problem." After finishing her drink, she opened up a paperback book she'd brought on the plane. A romantic suspense novel about a group of women on an island community in Northern California who were keeping explosive secrets from one another. Lying back down on her stomach, she attempted to read, but the bright sun caused the black letters to dance across the page in the heat. Her eyelids fluttered once more. Time seemed to play tricks with her. 15 minutes later, maybe 30, a male voice began to speak. "Hey, mademoiselle, what are you looking at?" Erin blinked and lifted herself on her elbows to try to read again. Maybe she needed a bottle of cold water by now, and more sunscreen so she didn't turn into a lobster. "Pardon, miss, I'm talking to you. You're lovely, you know." Who was that speaking? Some annoying, flirty guy who thinks she's here for him to pick up? Erin slowly turned a page while she continued staring down at her book. Wow, she'd read only 10 pages over the past 2 hours and couldn't remember a single thing that had happened in the storyline. The blazing sun must be making her fuzzy-headed. "Yes, I'm talking to you, beautiful mademoiselle." The man continued in a softer, sweeter voice. Maybe he was flirting with another woman sitting nearby. Erin turned her head to the right. Nobody was there, just the same family with the children who were now eating sandwiches and munching on potato chips. The father poured lemonade from a blue thermos. They weren't looking at her or speaking to her, just chattering in rapid French to each other.
To your left. Yes, you. The woman looking down at her book.
Oh no. Surely the man wasn't talking about her.
Oui. Look up. Over here.
Out of sheer curiosity, Erin finally turned to the left and held a hand over her eyes, squinting into the bright sun. A man of about 35 and a male friend were both gazing at her. "You're talking to me?" Erin asked pointedly.
But of course. Vous êtes très belle.
Erin let out a single short laugh. "I think you must be blind."
We love blonde American women.
Erin glanced around, looking for the blonde woman. Then, with a sudden shock of realization, she realized that they were referring to her. "I'll bet you say that to every blonde American woman." Erin shot back, more amused than annoyed. What blatant flirting. They weren't even subtle about it. And then it occurred to her that they spoke French in an American accent. Beach bums from California? Florida? Probably just a couple of flirts on vacation.
When did you arrive in Martinique?
"A few days ago." Erin lied, purposely making her voice sound bored.
Are you alone?
Erin glanced around, putting on an air of shock. "It does appear that I am currently alone. Unless you count yourselves, then I'm not."
Hey, she invited us over,
the original speaker said, nudging his companion with his elbow. "That's quite presumptuous," Erin shot back.
You've been lying there for at least 2 hours, and no one else has appeared to join you.
"Maybe I'm taking a break from my boyfriend, or husband," she added.
So you're married.
It was still the first guy who kept asking questions. She gave him an even smile. "For now, I'll take the fifth." He laughed, lying back on his elbows to study her.
A marriage vacation, then?
Not at all. I just don't share personal details with strangers.
We're not strangers. Let me introduce myself officially. I'm Antonio Santiago from Corpus Christi, Texas, and this is Shane Ferguson.
Shane wagged his fingers at her, then leaned back on his elbows, running sand through his fingers.
Southern California here. You can tell us your name. That won't hurt.
Lacey, Erin finally said.
Last name?
Nope, not today at least. The two men laughed at that.
You a cop or a lawyer or something?
Erin gave a short laugh. Not even. Well, maybe close. Court reporter.
That's impressive,
Antonio said, his eyes on her face while he smiled, showing off white, even teeth.
You must have great fingers. Those court reporters can move fast on those weird little machines.
Erin shrugged. What can I say? I got A's in typing. The two men chuckled at that. They were both over 6 feet tall, with lean muscles and golden brown hair, wearing long surfer shorts. 2-day-old beards grazed their faces, the short hairs blonde and sparkling in the sunshine. You guys surf?
Of course. The waves are great out here. Do you?
She shook her head. No ocean where I come from. The Southwest. I'm a desert rat.
We can teach you, no problem. Our boards are over there. Come on.
I was taking a long-needed nap, so thanks, but no thanks.
Hey, Antonio, we interrupted her beauty sleep.
Hardly, Erin said with a short laugh, tucking her hair behind her ear. Don't let me stop you. I can watch you surf from here.
That means she'll take off on us when we're not looking,
Antonio said, nudging Shane. You're reading too much into it. Antonio gave her a little wink.
Well, I think you're reading ulterior motives in us. I was just being friendly. You look American, and most everyone we meet is from the island or France. I really should not have taken Spanish in high school.
There's always Babel, Erin said with a straight face. It teaches more than 10 languages. You'll be fluent and picking up French island women in no time, if that's your goal.
Oh, that's good, Lacey, Antonio said. Touché with that sharp sword of yours straight into our hearts.
A burst of laughter followed, and they both fell back onto the sand for a moment. Erin already had them figured out. A couple of college guys on vacation picking up women. Although they were relatively cute and certainly not dull, if they were legit, that was. She hadn't figured out whether they were naturally charming or trying to perform at being charming on any willing woman so they could seduce her later. I'm probably too old for you anyway. At least 10 years. Antonio protested.
No way. You're just trying to get rid of us.
Erin gave them a stony stare, on purpose to see what they would do, and they chuckled again as they kept attempting to crack her.
Have you ever been flying?
Wow, you must be a mind reader. Just the other day I flew on Air France to get here.
I meant a small plane, or a helicopter. We've been living here for the past year, ex-Navy pilots, running our own little business flying tourists around the islands. Thought you might like a ride.
Ex-Navy, huh? I'm not buying it. Try again. You're both much too young.
It's awful pretty up there in the sky. The islands, they are beautiful. Antonio added in a French accent as he kissed his fingers together, like a French chef waxing poetic about his food.
I'm sure it is, but I have a policy of never getting into a plane with men I don't know.
I can show you my pilot license. I'm also licensed to run my business here in Martinique. Hey, I got good ratings on Yelp.
Erin lifted an eyebrow. I'm sure you do.
Martinique Tours by Air. Antonio went on. Look us up.
I shall. And when my husband arrives, I'll tell him all about you.
Oh man, you got a husband?
The guy laughed, shaking his head.
I suggest we hurry and take a ride before he gets here.
A burst of laughter bubbled out of Erin's chest. That's my point, gentlemen. 1 woman, 2 men. I'm not that naive.
We're certified. Better Business Bureau. No complaints. Here's our card.
He handed over a business card, and Erin studied it momentarily. Quite simple, with only the name of the company and a phone number. She wondered if he printed them from a home computer and cut them out himself. Erin honestly couldn't decide if they were legit or just having fun at her expense. Maybe they were just 2 men trying to drum up business, and they knew how to flirt and say all the right things. But she couldn't take a chance that there was something more sinister afoot, trying so hard to get her up in their airplane so they could land on some tiny deserted beach and seduce her. Or worse. Chapter 6. Intruder in the Night. Judging by appearances, Antonio and Shane were 2 all-American college guys with big smiles and casual chatter. Most likely, they were not propositioning her for an illicit rendezvous, but even so, a girl couldn't take chances. Erin certainly wasn't stupid or looking for attention, or a ride up in a bumpy plane. But she was surprised that the 2 men didn't attempt to reassure her that she would not be alone. Curiosity got the better of her. So how many tourists do you take up at a time? How big are your groups? Shane gave her a confident smile.
We only do private tours. It's much better and much more personal. Plus, the plane only seats 4. We'll go anywhere you want. Stop along a beautiful little beach for swimming. Picnic lunch, a little wine, all included in the price. Guarantee that we'll have you back by dinner time."
Erin's skeptical expression turned incredulous. "You have got to be kidding me. Do you take me for a complete sucker?" A shocked look spread across Antonio's face.
"Of course not. I'm insulted."
"You're insulted? Okay, guys, I'm done. Adios." Erin rose to her feet and shook the sand from her beach towel. They might be able to convince some 18-year-old girl that this was a fun outing or that there might be a romance brewing, but these two guys were unbelievable.
"Hey, what did we say?"
Antonio asked, spreading his hands in an innocent gesture.
"This is all above board. I'm sincere and I'm honest."
"I don't know you at all, so that makes you a creep or a predator, Mr. Santiago, if that's your real name."
"I have the ID to prove it."
"I think you're a beautiful woman, and I'd like to get to know you better." "See, there you go again." Erin shot back, waving a hand of dismissal. She was now giving them a hard time, but at the same time, she was starting to have fun with them, because they were so darn eager and trying too hard to be persuasive. She figured they were essentially harmless, but a girl couldn't take chances with two strange men, even if they came from her home country, spoke English, and looked decent enough. Of course, as decent as any person can be wearing bathing shorts on the beach. Erin smothered a laugh at the thought, happy to realize that she'd been wearing her bathing suit wrap when they began to flirt. At least the two men had the decency not to stare at any particular spot on her body other than her face. She gathered up her beach towel, handbag, and empty drink, then tugged at the brim of her baseball cap. "Have fun filling up your plane with passengers," she said. "But only legal and above-board luck, mind you."
"Now you're sounding like a court reporter, Miss Lacey."
"That's because I am," she said, giving a nonchalant shrug as she sauntered away, swinging her handbag in confident movement.
"Au revoir, lovely Lacey,"
they called after her. Erin lifted her hand to wag her fingers in acknowledgement, but didn't look back over her shoulder. Once she was back in her vehicle, Erin blasted the air conditioning and spent another hour driving around the eastern part of the island, spotting the beaches and admiring the spectacular mountains and thick vegetation. Finally, she drove through the downtown area of Fort-de-France, observing the locals and the tourists, the shops and restaurants, and figuring out the traffic signs, which were all in French, of course. She had no idea the island of Martinique was so wholly French. She'd never been to any of the Caribbean islands before. It was a dramatically beautiful place, and she already spotted several restaurants she wanted to try, as well as beaches to spend time at and a few historic museums and homes. How wonderful it would be if she and Braden were here for their honeymoon. It would be glorious. Emotion pricked behind her eyes. She had to stop thinking about that. It would happen. Sometime. Someday. Their dreams would happen for real, including finding Amelia, arresting Holden Grayson, and then going on a month-long honeymoon without any worries. At that moment, Erin suddenly realized that she had no idea what Braden's alias was, his fake name and ID. Would she recognize him if he were to appear on her doorstep? Could they pull that off? Erin wasn't sure she was that good of an actress. Or perhaps they were supposed to pretend to be a married couple. The dramatic ending to their never-finished wedding had also neglected to finish the training for this mission. Well, she just had to rely on past experience. After all, she and Braden had done precisely that for 2 Christmas seasons in a row. In San Francisco over the Fabergé egg hunt, and not even 2 months ago in Savannah. When Erin reached the house again and parked the car in the rear garage, She gathered up the mesh bag of fruit that she'd picked up, as well as her other beach paraphernalia, and entered the house, pausing in the entrance for a few moments, taking in the atmosphere and smell of the place. The atmosphere and smell of a location were one of Erin's areas of expertise. Other agents had teased her about it, beginning with her training at Quantico when her team was assigned their first attempt at Hogan's Alley. This training facility created a tactical simulation of a criminal raid in a Main Street setting with terrorists or mobsters. She had been born with gut intuition, spidey senses, her brother Sean called it. That prickling sensation that ran up Erin's neck, or a niggling sense of wrongness. Every time Erin entered a familiar place, she had a heightened awareness when another person was nearby, or had been there recently. She could easily spot stuff out of place and had a strong sense of smell that her family used to joke about. As a kid, when she arrived home after school, Erin always knew what was cooking in the oven, if there had been a visitor or if something unusual had happened. The house even had emotions. She felt them in her head and her gut. It was something she could never accurately describe to anyone else. Today, nothing was out of place in the little rental house. Everything was exactly as she had left it several hours earlier, and nobody had been snooping around, inside or out. Erin let out a breath, the tightness in her shoulders finally relaxing. Her stomach rumbled. She was starving again. It must be all that fresh air and sunshine, and beach-parrying conversation with the pilots. If what they had told her was remotely true, they might not be pilots at all, but just used it as a come-on to women. Erin found a frozen meal in the freezer and microwaved it. After being in the sun for so long, she poured herself a glass of ice water and cut up some of her fruit to eat in a bowl. Carrying her dinner to the living room, Erin turned on the television to peruse the local news stations while she ate. She was pleasantly surprised that the remote control allowed her to use English subtitles instead of trying to decipher the very rapid French. There wasn't much to learn other than a couple of local human interest stories, political conversations, and the weather report, which was supposed to be perfect during February. Dry and warm. After tossing her frozen dinner container into the trash and grabbing a soda, Erin headed downstairs, locking the door behind her. She checked for messages again on each computer and device, but there was nothing. Where was everybody? "Give me a plan," she fumed. "Leads, a task list, anything." Next, she went through the daily videotape taken by the outside cameras, but all had been quiet. Then she checked her satellite phone and the 2 burner phones, one for her and one for Braden when he arrived. No calls and no messages, although she didn't expect a message by now, and certainly none from the man she loved. Erin tucked the phone into her handbag so she'd have it with her the next day, because if she did get a call, she needed to be able to answer it. Erin had fully expected to find surveillance video from other sites around the island, potential locations where they suspected her sister and husband might be staying or living. She'd assumed she'd been sent to this particular island for a reason, but there was nothing. And where was Braden? It was so tempting to try to call him from her personal cell phone, or even the burner, but she knew that was much too risky. Besides, his old phone numbers probably didn't work at the moment. Not while they were in the witness program. Which meant her old phone wasn't in the luggage packed for Lacey Klein. A sign that she had to forget about her old life. Erin did some stretches, cruised the movie channels, took a shower, and then hit the sack. A good night's sleep would keep her alert and ready for anything. At the moment, she was frustrated mainly by her boss and the CIA head honchos, Braden's supervisors. At 1:20 a.m., Erin woke with a start.
She sat bolt upright in the big king bed and froze in place, listening. Slowly, she let out her breath. There was not a single sound, not even the sound of distant cars or animals rustling the leaves and the foliage on the property. Even so, her heart pounded in her throat and hammered at her chest. Someone was outside the house, or someone had been outside. Slowly, she crept out of bed, aware of her silent footsteps across the carpet. Within seconds, she threw on a sweater, tucked her Glock into a holster she wore underneath her nightgown, picked up a flashlight if she needed to beat someone over the head, then padded through the house to the front door. Thankfully, the door hinges didn't creak when she cranked the door open, although she would look for some WD-40 tomorrow in the garage to make sure none of the doors ever squeaked. On second thought, squeaky doors might alert her to intruders. Erin waited for a few seconds, gazing out at the quiet street. A single neighborhood light glowed from the far end, but there was no sign of anybody from this vantage point. Taking slow steps, she went down the porch steps and turned right to slither along the shrubbery on the side of the house. Step by slow step, she moved deeper into the darkness, holding her breath so she could listen. Every one of her senses was on high alert. There, the sound of something moving. Too heavy for a small rodent, but also too soft since an animal would probably make some rustling noises as they scurried over dry leaves or twigs on the ground. It had to be a human because the ever-so-faint noise abruptly stopped when she paused. They knew she was out here, and she knew someone was out here with her. Slowly, Erin pressed up against the house, lifting the flashlight and tensing her muscles in case she needed to use it, waiting for the rush of a shadow to come at her. She stood there, still as a statue, for at least 15 minutes. But she never heard any other noises or faint footsteps. Whoever, whatever it was, had gone. Maybe she had imagined the entire thing, and her nerves were on edge. Not knowing her purpose and having specific work drove her mad. Instead of continuing her way around the rest of the house's perimeter, Erin retraced her footsteps back to the house, moving as slowly as possible in case someone could hear or see her. Slipping back inside, she did up all the locks, then went downstairs again, wide awake and agitated. Checked all of her monitors and computer messages. Nothing. It was only her second night here in an unfamiliar place, but every limb of her body crackled with nerves after the events of the last few days. She was probably just paranoid, but it took another hour to fall asleep. When she woke again, sunshine poured through the slats of the window blinds. Good grief, it was already after 9 o'clock. Erin took another shower to wake herself up, ate some toast and juice, then ventured outside again. Birds were twittering in the towering palm trees and giant ferns surrounding the property. Erin breathed in the delicious smells of hibiscus, bougainvillea, and roses, along with a few giant orchids growing around the property. Erin jerked her head when one of the neighbors pulled out of their driveway, staring at her as they slowly drove past. Erin lifted a hand in a weak greeting, and the woman stopped and rolled down her window. "Bonjour," Erin called, waving her hand. "Good morning." "Bonjour. You must be the new renter?" The woman said in a thick French accent, but at least she could speak English. Her dark skin glowed, and her pretty smile and white teeth were even brighter. "Yes, I'm Lacey. Just got here a couple of days ago." "I'm Rosalie Chapin. My husband and I live in that house across the street," she said, pointing to the blue two-story with a metal roof. The sun glinted off it, and Erin shaded her eyes. How long will you be here?
A couple of months, maybe longer. I haven't decided yet.
My friend is a realtor and told me a writer was coming. You write books, eh?
Erin nodded. Well, I'm a court reporter on a long vacation attempting to write a book. One of those dreams everybody gets during their lifetime. But who knows if I have the talent to pull it off.
You are more ambitious than me, Rosalie exclaimed. I can hardly get a letter off to my sister in St. Croix. Mail is often slow, too. Mobile phones are good, when they work, she added with a grin.
Erin gave a little laugh.
Off to work, Rosalie said gaily. Run an art gallery downtown. Come down sometime.
I'd love to, merci.
Ah, you speak a little French.
Very little.
No problem. We can all understand each other somehow.
Au revoir for now, then, Erin said, eager to return to her morning search.
À bientôt.
Rosalie sped off, and Erin jumped back onto the sidewalk, then strode around the back of the house. She slowed down and kept her eyes peeled for any telltale signs of an intruder. It might have been a hallucination that had betrayed her nerves, but she had been so confident last night. When she rounded the side of the house and studied the far back wall, she found them. Faint footsteps. Human footprints. About 5 or 6, growing fainter with each step, and then disappearing on the edge of the cracked sidewalk. Someone had been here, and the intruder had tread so lightly the prints were relatively shallow and faint, except that they had left one clue. A couple of the marks indicated that the person had been barefoot, no shoes, and walked on their toes so that no heel indentation was left, which left her without a clue about how large the intruder's feet were. Man or woman? It was anyone's guess. She gazed around the tiny neighborhood. Most houses were hidden by trees and foliage and occupied by anybody. She'd have to come home earlier today and get out her binoculars to see if she could spy out who else lived here. Chapter 7. Martinique Tours by Air. Perhaps the first stage of her assignment was to establish herself as an innocent tourist. Erin couldn't sit around the house any longer waiting for messages or a sign of activity from the FBI or CIA. She needed to act like the tourist she was, getting inspiration for her book from the local surroundings and stories, and not hole up in her rental house, except to write her fake novel. After dressing and redoing her makeup, Erin printed up directions and began the drive to Chateau du Buc to tour the sugar plantation. The ruins of the estate's manor house had been restored in the last few years, including a cattle mill, sugar house, and slave dwellings from more than a century ago. The history of the place was fascinating, and Erin could imagine someone writing a historical novel set here, with plenty of suspense and forbidden trysts among the wealthy landowners. A good writer, a real writer, with much more talent than she could ever hope to have. It did give her material for neighborly conversation, though. She followed another group of chatty tourists, who were speaking Portuguese, down the hillside to a mangrove swamp that ended on a hiking path. Erin walked behind them for a bit, impressed by the stunning views, including the frothy, exuberant water of the Atlantic Ocean on this side of the island. The quieter beaches were definitely for swimming and sunbathing, not this place. When the other visitors continued their hike further and deeper into the forest than Erin cared to go, she turned and walked back up the wild hillside and to her car. Retracing her steps, Erin drove down one of the Caravel peninsulas, called Lance-l'Étang, admiring the beautiful water and swooping seagulls.
There were a few picnic benches and a beachside restaurant where she stopped to purchase a sandwich and some sweets. Taking her food, she sat on one of the benches, enjoying a quiet moment. While in the back of her mind, last night's scare turned over and over again in her head. Were the odd footprints just some kids playing hide-and-seek in the middle of the night? But that was silly. Nobody skulked so close to a house at 1 o'clock in the morning and purposely tried not to leave any footprints or clues. Every intuition she had told her that it was someone up to no good. The idea of it gave her no pleasure or reassurance. Just the opposite. What if she was already being watched? What if someone had already been waiting for her? One of Holden Grayson's goons, no doubt. Perhaps she needed to set up some booby traps around the house. Driving back into the city, Erin spotted villas for rent. This gorgeous and unique island had many hotels and vacation villas that would be lovely and romantic. It would be a beautiful spot for a honeymoon vacation. If only she had the bank account to live that life. If only she was married and could enjoy her honeymoon. That wedding sham was Agent Howell's poor attempt to appease her. With a sigh, Erin retraced her steps and joined some of the crowds among the busier shopping areas of town to take her mind off Braden and this infuriating job. As soon as she returned to the house, Erin dropped her handbag on the kitchen table, descended the stairs to the basement control center room, and shot off a brief, encrypted message to Agent Howell, demanding answers. So far, she was twiddling her thumbs and accomplishing nothing. She might be stuck here for weeks. Had her boss placed her here to get rid of her? Was there something even more sinister going on? Well, that was ridiculous. Erin trusted Agent Howell. She had to because he held her life in his hands. The longer time passed without actively searching for Amelia, the wider the distance grew. Holden Grayson and her sister could be secreted anywhere in the world by now. Not just a tropical island, but the outback of Australia, a tiny hamlet in Bulgaria living side by side with the local gypsies, or the Amazon jungle of Peru. Who knew? Inwardly, Erin was always fighting the pessimistic idea that she may never see her sister again. Or if she did, it would be inside the concrete block of a cold and heartless jail cell. Closing her eyes, Erin went back those months ago to the Christmas party in Savannah, on the boat along the river. It had been a beautiful, magical night. Despite being tied to an agent who was not Braden, she and Braden were forced to pretend they did not know each other, making the job even harder. The shock of seeing Amelia after more than 2 years had knocked Erin flat. Talk about a secret killing her from within. Tore her heart out, actually, and she was unable to breathe a word of her sister's sudden appearance after so long to the rest of her family. But her sister had no answers, or refused to give any. Not even when she found her late that night at the bar, stiff and remote and seemingly unrepentant for the pain she had caused their family. No message for their grieving parents. Amelia had been so cold. It was as if she had become a different person. She hadn't told Erin anything about the previous 2 years, other than that Holden Grayson had not kidnapped her, that she had gone with the man willingly and then married him. How could her sister love a man like that? What was his appeal? Criminally, he was an internationally wanted man. Cunning, crafty, and elusive as heck. The CIA had been trying to nail him down for more than a year. His billions brought him the best lawyers and the best methods of hiding. Erin had always admired her sister and envied her. Amelia was blonde with gorgeous highlights and the perfect features of a high-end model, with big, beautiful blue eyes, long lashes, a Grecian nose,
and full lips that were always red, even without lipstick. Growing up, Amelia downplayed her looks, applied little makeup, threw her hair into a messy bun, and wore jeans and shirts on sale at Ross. But if she wanted to, Amelia could turn herself into a knockout. Catching sight of her reflection in the computer monitor, Erin was startled. With her hair bleached blonde now and styled in this cute short cut, she looked like her older sister more now than ever. Perhaps even twins. Although Amelia still had more sophisticated features. As if she were a princess living in a veneer of concealment with an average middle-class family. To hide her true self. Erin waited in the control room for another hour and oiled a couple of the guns to pass the time. But there was no response to the SOS message she had sent to her boss. A few more days of silence and boredom, and she'd be convinced that the FBI had sent her here to get rid of her. Or silence her. The next day, Erin returned to the beach again. She'd driven around the island 3 times and hiked a trail for a couple of miles, but the solitary life was getting to her. She enjoyed being around the sweet families and children playing in the water, splashing and building sandcastles. The screams and water fights, their picnic lunches, and beautiful French accents helped her take her mind off all her woes and frustration. When she grew too hot, she waded into the warm seawater, enjoying the soft lapping of the waves across her feet and ankles. Going further, she walked out up to her waist, running her hands through the luscious water and watching groups of kids and families laughing and shrieking while they swam and played. Returning to her blanket and snacks, Erin picked up a book to read while she let the sun dry her off. After a couple of hours had passed, Erin glanced up to admire the shushing soft waves and the rich blue sky overhead. It was such a perfect day. All at once, she dropped the book she'd been reading and sat up with a start. The 2 so-called pilots, Antonio Santiago and Shane Ferguson, were playing beach volleyball with a group of people not too far from where she had set up her little beach camp, a few feet from the rippling, whispering waves. Erin swallowed. Should she get up, move, or pretend she hadn't seen them? Too late. The 2 men had spotted her, pausing their game for a drink break. Trudging through the soft, warm sand, they approached her while 2 women followed behind. "Lacey, it's you again at last," Antonio called out. Erin supposed it was too late to leave or pretend she'd suddenly gone deaf. "Hey," she said weakly when they plopped onto the sand next to her. "We've been hoping to see you again," he added. "Really? Why is that?" The answer is still no. Antonio and Shane both laughed. Then Shane bumped fists with his friend. "I won the bet. Told you she wouldn't be persuaded to explore the beautiful skies of Martinique with us." Antonio crouched on his knees, water glistening off his arms and chest. "See those 2 girls? We took them up in the plane for a spectacularly scenic ride around the island. As you can see, we have returned them alive and well. The women are perfectly unscathed. Nobody is calling the police on us." Erin said, suppressing an amused smile at their eagerness. "You're lucky, then." Several yards away, the 2 women whispered together, throwing glances at the men, obviously taken by them. The girls were probably in their early 20s, but still a few years younger than Antonio and Shane, so Erin didn't know how she felt about it. Even so, they were all adults. Her career as an FBI agent just naturally made her suspicious of everybody. It came with the territory to suspect and then verify. A good thing, but not always, she supposed, when everybody might turn into a suspected criminal. One of the girls asked. Are you thinking of taking one of their island tours? It was gorgeous. Her friend added, breathtaking. Erin couldn't help teasing them. The views or the company? The first girl blushed. Both, of course. But we saw all kinds of exotic birds and the views were incredible. A waterfall in the mountain jungle, and then Antonio came in for a landing on a remote airstrip, and we swam in a water hole where we could see 15 feet below us and the most beautiful, colorful fish. The water was to die for, the second girl added. So warm, like a bath. That must have been quite the view. Erin teased, although she wasn't sure they caught her innuendo. The tour even includes lunch. We stopped to eat at this amazing restaurant on the other side of the islands. How nice, Erin told her. Shane added, we treat our customers well. For a steep price, I predict, Erin said, giving them a hard time. I guess you've passed the first test. She gave Shane an amused smile from underneath her hat. Congratulations. The man crouched down next to her, his knee almost touching hers. Why do I feel that everything you say has a double meaning? Erin gave him a sly, mysterious smile. Maybe because it does? He lowered his voice, staring into her eyes. You know, you're quite beautiful and a little bit mysterious. I love blondes, especially blondes with green eyes. Why, thank you, but I require more than just one trip that you might have set up with a couple of old friends who are gushing about your tour business because they're getting paid. I need verification of your website's business license, pilot licenses, and reviews. You sound like a cop or something. Nope, just a cautious person. I don't let my guard down very easily. That's what makes you fascinating. Okay, don't overdo it now. He chuckled. I will prove myself to you. Wait and see. I'll have you begging for a ride in my airplane. Oh my, was that a double entendre? This guy was coming on even more potent than Antonio had a few days ago. That's a heavy-duty prediction. Where are you from again, Shane Ferguson? For some reason your last name sounds familiar. Erin remembered the man's residence of origin from what he'd told her a few days earlier. She just wanted to see if he had the same story a second time. California, San Diego area. I come from a big family. We're spread all over the place. That must be it. Even so, Erin was racking her brain. It probably meant nothing, a common enough name. She probably ran into some Fergusons while she attended UC San Diego almost 10 years ago. I can see your brain working. I'll bet you're from California, too. Am I right? I'm a Northern California girl, born in San Francisco, but I lived in Gilbert, Arizona for the last 20 years. Erin added, relying on her aliases background. Arizona's hot as heck. You can say that again. One summer we hit 118, and my friends and I fried an egg on the sidewalk. No kidding. Did you eat the egg too? Shane asked with a laugh. Tried to, but tossed it. Turned out what we thought was salt was sand. At that moment, another deep, masculine voice spoke from behind Erin's right shoulder. Hey there. I finally found you, sweetheart. Before she could stop it, Erin's heart spurted into overdrive, and she gave a small jump, suppressing it as fast as it had come on by shifting her legs on the large beach towel and rearranging her floppy beach hat. She had immediately recognized that gorgeous voice and absolutely could not show how excited she was to see him in front of Shane or Antonio. Settling back onto her towel nonchalantly, Erin didn't dare look back. Was it him? Finally? At last? Chapter 8. My Adorable CIA Fake Husband.
Lacey!
The man said, growing closer, his voice softening as he repeated her name in a low, husky whisper. Lacey. Before Erin could turn and look, one of the girls shaded her eyes to squint against the ball of the hot sun. You know that guy? Erin tried to act casual. The last time she had noticed the two women, she had seen them edge closer to the water as if to go swimming, and suddenly they were next to her again. Maybe they'd changed their minds when they saw a new guy coming in their direction. Jerking her head to the left, Erin watched Shane jump to his feet from where he'd been flirting with her and walk over to Antonio. Standing about 15 feet away from her, the two pilots talked in low tones and pointed toward the opposite end of the beach. Erin stared through her sunglasses. There was a snack shack several hundred yards in that direction. They most likely were discussing the purchase of food and bringing it back. But Shane had moved fast, right in the middle of their conversation, unless the two guys were hatching a new plot to convince her to get up in their plane. The other man's voice, the one she dared not hope was true, spoke again. Hello, darling. I thought it was you. I've been looking all over. This beach is enormous. I swear it's 2 or 3 miles long. Erin's heart surged into her throat. She tossed her sunglasses onto the sand and lifted her chin to stare into the eyes of Braden. It was him, finally. After 4 long, crazy-making days, she wanted to jump into his arms and throttle him, and then yell at him for scaring the heck out of her after so long. Where had he been? But Erin did none of those things. Instead, she took a slow breath, sipped from her water bottle, and calmly said, Hi, honey. Did you find any surfboards to rent down there? Nope, all gone. Too many kids got them all today. Have to try again tomorrow. Earlier in the morning, the rental guy advised. Erin finally looked up, afraid to meet his eyes because she was terrified that she might not recognize him, that his disguise was horrid or something, but she didn't stare. At least, not much. Over the past several days, Braden had grown a beard, and his hair had become a shaggy, sexy mess, brushing his shoulders as if he'd turned into a surfer. His eyes had turned an even darker brown, almost black, and he was wearing a pair of wire-rimmed glasses with flip-on sunglasses. The glasses made him look a bit like a nerd, although he was a very cute nerd. Erin sucked in air and tossed his hair with her fingers. That hairstyle makes you look like a surfer dude, honey, she said, aware that the two women were staring at them from the shoreline. I like it. No, I love it. Just like I love you. Antonio stepped closer. This guy's your husband? Why didn't you say you were married? Erin shrugged, a light smile on her lips. Remember me taking the 5th? One of the women sidled up to Antonio and stage whispered, She's not wearing a ring. How were we supposed to know? Thought she was here to pick up guys. Chuckling, Erin tore her eyes away from Braden's and spoke to Antonio. Where did your partner in crime run off to? He was here 1 minute, gone the next. I gave him a couple of 20s for food and drinks. He and I were having such a nice conversation, too, and then he suddenly disappeared. Well, guys are always hungry, he said with a shrug. So, this is your husband? Really? Yep, really. On the spur of the moment, Erin had decided that it would work to pretend to be married. There was no time to strike up a romance or act like they didn't know each other, especially if they were going to live in the same house and work downstairs in the secret surveillance room. Erin melted as she stared at Braden's beautiful face, crazy words running through her mind. My fake husband, my adorable CIA fake husband, can kick your butt from here to Sunday if you pull any tricks.
Why didn't you just tell us you were married the other day?
Because I wanted to see you squirm. Antonio gave Erin an appreciative smile.
Hey, we're new to running our own tour company. Maybe we should refine our methods.
Yeah, Erin said with a small laugh. I gave Shane some pointers and advice. Good luck to you guys, and stay clean and sober. No flirting with potential customers, or stopping at a deserted beach in the middle of nowhere and scaring women. Antonio gave her a sharp salute.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, have a nice time in Martinique, he added, glancing at Braden with a guilty look. No offense, man.
Braden grunted, and Erin figured he was just giving the guy a hard time. Then she noticed her fake husband staring down the long strip of beach, frowning.
What's up? She asked under her breath. Every moment next to the man she adored was pure agony. Braden was finally here, and she had to be carefree and normal instead of jumping up and down and running off to a church to say those magical words, I do. Braden shrugged, speaking in a low voice. Nothing really. Just something about that guy talking to you before I walked up. I swear that when he spotted me, he took off as fast as he could without trying to appear suspicious.
You think he didn't want you to see him?
Exactly. He saw me before I spoke, so he couldn't have known you and I had any connection.
Erin leaned in close, brushing her lips against Braden's ear.
Is it okay that I said you were my husband? I've wanted to say that forever. I have to admit you startled me, he whispered in return. But I loved it, and I think it makes sense that you would be here with a spouse or boyfriend and not alone.
Erin reached out to push his glasses higher up his nose. Didn't you know that I'm on a sabbatical from my job to write a novel?
Of course, darling, Braden said with a teasing laugh. What kind of novel? Mystery, thriller, werewolves, or…
Spies. Definitely spies. I have it all outlined. Secret identities, hidden hideaways, lots of clues.
Ah, and what are the clues? I love clues.
Unfortunately, I'm still working that out.
No luck yet?
I need to brainstorm with someone. Braden gave her a wide smile.
Hey, I know the perfect someone.
Who?
Your husband, of course.
Erin whispered again, barely moving her lips.
You mean my CIA operative fake husband? That guy? He's the best at what he does. If only he could show you.
Ooh, now you're talking. But it needs to be in private, of course.
Of course. But we might get into trouble. You know, that physical kind of trouble.
But who would ever know? Erin quipped. Slowly, Braden leaned in to brush his lips against her cheek, and his beard tickled.
We'd know, my darling.
Erin sighed, touching his forehead with hers. I do know, and I just couldn't help myself. It's too much fun to flirt with you. But I've been seriously dying here without you and not knowing a thing. Being in the dark is no fun.
I'll update you on it all. Ready to take me back to your secret getaway writer's den?
More than ready.
Let's get out of here before we're both burned to a crisp. I forgot sunscreen.
You poor baby. I've got loads. And food in the kitchen.
Now you're talking. Lead the way, sweetheart.
Erin rose to her feet to shake the sand out of her towel, while Braden picked up the rest of her paraphernalia. From the corner of her eye, Erin spotted the two young women standing at the shoreline, waves lapping at their bare feet and ankles while they surreptitiously watched them. Antonio Santiago was talking to them, but he was also throwing glances over his shoulder. Shane Ferguson hadn't returned. Maybe they were out of hot dogs and he had to try another shack? At least Erin could stop worrying about those two and trust that they would behave after seeing the two young women who had returned safe and intact. Meanwhile, she could finally plunge into the dangerous job she had to do. Chapter 9. The name is Quinn, Dalton Quinn. "Nice car," Braden said when Erin led him back to the beach parking lot. "Thanks. I picked it out myself in the garage that belongs to our house." "Smart choice," he teased in return. "What garage?" Erin pulled a funny face at him. "It's in the rear yard. We'll be there in about 20 minutes. The traffic will be worse through town now that it's quitting time. The capital city is bigger than I expected, but Martinique is stunning. We must come here for our honeymoon, if we ever get one. So much to do and see." "Like airplane tours?" Erin made a scoffing noise in her throat. "Very funny." "So what's your full name?" Braden asked once they were safely ensconced in the SUV in the beach parking lot. "I'm married to you. Kind of, but not really," he added sadly. "I never learned your background, or who you're supposed to be in this new world of ours. If one of those guys on the beach had asked where you were from or what you did for a living, I would have been up a creek without a paddle." "No worries, I would have jumped in and saved you. My full name is Lacey Klein, from Arizona and a court reporter." "Huh, interesting. I guess you have fast fingers." Erin laughed. "Something like that. The problem I had with using your name in front of those men is that I already told them my last name was Klein, which I'm sure is different from your new identity. So what is your name, dear husband?" Erin couldn't help teasing him. "I can't go home with a man whose name I don't know. What would my mother say? She'd lock me in my bedroom for the next decade." "I'd come and rescue you, like Rapunzel kept in the tower." "You're such a hero." Braden chuckled. "I do my best." He paused, his face thoughtful. "If you run into anyone in the future who questions our different surnames, just tell them that you kept your maiden name because of your writing." Erin nodded. "That's easy enough. I hope nobody looks online for Lacey Klein, the best-selling author, because that girl hasn't published yet." He put an arm around her shoulder and kissed the top of her head. "You're just not discovered yet. Your agent is slow. Or you're waiting for your first contract to show up to sign. I can give you all kinds of excuses." Erin grinned up at him. Actually, you're pretty good at that. I think the best excuse I'll give is that I'm patiently waiting for my dear husband to fix my typos." Braden chuckled. "That's right, blame the husband, who doesn't exist yet." "Well, we sort of do. We got through half of the wedding ceremony, does that count?" Braden gave her a soft smile, studying Erin's face. "I wish it did. That's a no-brainer. But we never signed the marriage license, and Agent Howell, our minister in training, never said the final words." "Well, poo on that. But we can still be engaged. After all, you did propose to me a month ago, and I'm holding you to it." "You don't have to pressure me. I'm going crazy knowing we're working this job together, living in the same house, and we can't be together. You make me crazy, beautiful girl." "The feeling is mutual," Erin whispered back. She leaned up against him, reveling in the pure joy that he was here at last, and she wasn't alone any longer.
There are still a lot of legal things we can do, Miss Lacey Klein.
She tilted her head back, gazing into his dark eyes. Oh, really? What do you have in mind?
Something like this.
Braden tugged her even closer, then ran his fingers through her hair, pulling Erin against the length of his very divine body. She bent her neck back to smile up at him, then removed the disguise glasses he'd been wearing and tossed them on the front seat of the vehicle. Not sure you need those any longer.
Ah, but I do need this, sweetheart, he murmured before pressing his luscious, warm lips against hers in one of the deepest, most sensual kisses they had ever shared. His hand was on the back of her head, holding her tight and close while they kissed and kissed.
Erin's stomach swooped along her ribcage, then pressed against her throat, stealing her breath and all of her senses. Heat and love mixed to create a powerful firecracker of passion shooting through her entire body. Golly, she had missed him. Missed this, the man she adored with all her heart. Braden's lips softened, and then he was murmuring sweet words until Erin was positive she would sprout wings and fly right off the island.
Kissing you is like dancing in the summer rain among a field of flowers.
You sound like a poet. I didn't know you had it in you, but I love it.
You bring out the best in me, Miss Klein,
he replied with a slight chuckle.
Why does that name, Miss Klein, make you sound like a prim and proper librarian?
To better hide the real me from all the bad guys who probably want to kill us.
You're probably right.
In the distance, Erin vaguely became aware of catcalls and whistles all around them. She tightened her arms around Braden's neck and sagged against his chest.
Do we have to stop? For now, he whispered against her mouth. Apparently we have an audience.
A couple more whistles and laughter floated through the air.
Can we resume our makeout session when we return to the house?
Erin asked.
Oh man, I'd love to. You know I would. But I'm afraid if we do, I won't be able to stop with just a kiss in the kitchen.
I know. Erin sighed, laying her head against his chest for a moment and closing her eyes against the bright sun. At the moment, I can be content with that. I've missed you so much, and I've been worried when you didn't show up for so many days.
No more worrying. We're going to get to work. I've got lots of stuff to brief you about.
That's good news, Erin said, then she grinned. He lifted his eyebrows at her in a teasing manner.
By the way, the name is Quinn. Dalton Quinn.
Now, who does that remind me of? She asked, putting a finger under her chin. Some guy named Bond. James Bond. Tell me, Mr. Dalton Quinn, do you like me as a blonde?
I adore you as a blonde. And a brunette. And that curly redhead you were, prancing around FBI headquarters during our undercover Christmas job. Especially in those black thigh-high boots. You looked like $1,000,000, but I'll take you any way I can get you.
Erin laughed softly. Ditto, she said, unlocking the vehicle and giving Braden a little bump with her hip. Even that scratchy scruff you're growing on your face. It's cute, even though it itches a little bit.
It itches? You should have told me it was scratchy. And I would have stopped kissing you and giving you a skin burn.
Never. I kiss you for your lips. They are magnificent. Braden grinned, running his finger along Erin's cheek. She laughed and bumped his hip with hers. Okay, get in, Mr. Quinn. I'll drive. At least I kind of know my way around now. 20 minutes later, she pulled into the garage and parked the SUV.
A nice writerly hideout,
Braden said with a wink. Isn't it? Too bad I left my typewriter back home, ha ha. Erin unlocked the front door and gave him a quick tour. Small but efficient. Food and drinks in the fridge. She left him to explore and jumped into the shower to wash off the sand while Braden rummaged in the freezer. When she appeared at the kitchen doorway, Braden whistled at her.
"You look beautiful, Erin."
"Even with wet hair and no makeup?"
"That makeup does make you look different. Was it difficult to learn?"
She made a face at him. "I had an excellent teacher back in the States."
"I found steaks in the freezer."
"Such a detective you are. I bought them a few days ago at the supermarket, but were well stocked for at least a month with basics and frozen dinners."
"Yum! I love some frozen dinners,"
Braden quipped. Erin extended her hand, holding out the package of steaks. "I think there's a grill on the back porch."
"You read my mind, my love."
Erin leaned into him, savoring his warm body, his arm around her shoulders. A sense of relief filled her entire being to have him here on the island with her finally, to be her second brain, her backup, and the man she adored with all her heart.
"You mean I can take you home with me?"
"I thought you'd never ask."
"Where do we work?"
Braden mouthed to her after Erin grabbed a couple of bottles of cold water and handed one to him. Erin pointed to the door leading to their control room. "This way, sir," she murmured, opening the downstairs door. She flipped on the lights and then turned to look at him when they reached the bottom of the stairs. Braden nodded, quickly inspecting the computers and the gun case.
"First, I'll sweep the place for bugs or cameras. The entire house, upstairs and down, before we get started working."
"I figured the place would have been cleaned before I got here."
"Things can change daily. I just want to be careful."
Before you begin your sweep, I have something concerning to tell you."
"What's up?"
"I'll just show you." Erin took his hand in hers and led him outside and around the side of the house. "I woke up out of the blue a couple of nights ago. I just knew someone was outside. I grabbed one of the Glocks and a flashlight and prowled the perimeter. It turns out I had a visitor. Creeped me out big time."
"How do you know someone was here? Did they make any noise?"
Erin shook her head. "That's the strange part. I just woke up from a dead sleep with that unnerving, spidey sense that I wasn't alone. I found footprints. Right here." She stopped and pointed to the soft earth on the side of the house where the trees were thickest, and froze.
"They're gone." "Maybe they're somewhere else,"
Braden suggested. Erin shook her head. "I know exactly where they were because I rechecked them the next morning in the daylight. They were right here where the corner of the house turns." She bent down, inspecting the area. It had been swept clean. The dirt and leaves moved around the area to create the illusion that no prints had ever been there. They came back and got rid of them.
"Now I'm getting the creeps. Someone was here in the middle of the night and returned when they saw your car leave and cleaned them up. It wasn't a random kid or even a potential burglar."
Braden lifted his head and gazed at Erin.
"Someone knows we're here."
Chapter 10. Disappearing Footprints. Shivers ran up and down Erin's spine. That's the only explanation.
"Can you describe the prints?"
"They were kind of odd. Not a full footprint. Only the top half, so I couldn't get a handle on the size, which can be a big clue as to male or female. The weirdest part was that I could see the outline of their toes." Braden nodded.
"They were barefoot and trying to disguise the size of their feet."
"That's my suspicion, too. The intruder walked very lightly because the impressions were not very deep. Of course, the ground near the house is pretty packed down. As you can see, there are scraggly tufts of grass.
Huh. Braden grunted. Not a person just walking past the house coming back from a fishing trip or a secret rendezvous.
They were trying not to be heard.
Are there any basement windows?
None, thank goodness. It means nobody can see the surveillance room from the outside.
I noticed that there didn't appear to be a downstairs level when we were outside. The house is cleverly built.
Braden rose and reached out for Erin's hand to help her to her feet. Taking her hand, they returned to the front door, and he locked it once they were inside.
There's a code to get inside and a ring camera, including the cameras situated outside. Have you pulled the camera video yet?
I did this morning, but nothing is showing up so far. Not when I'm out and about the island or when I'm sleeping. The exterior camera footage is on one of the computers. My biggest frustration has been the absolute silence. I've received no guidance on this place. Communication has been non-existent. Braden shook his head in agreement.
First, let's eat. I'm so hungry. I'm ready to gnaw off my arm. I'll get the grill hot if you're up for seasoning the steaks.
I'm on it. There's something about sitting at the beach and dabbing my toes in the surf that gives me a huge appetite, Erin said.
While we eat, I need to give you my news.
Erin stuck her hands on her hips in a sassy swagger, widening her eyes. What? Do you mean you came with actual news? And you're just now telling me? I've been dying for intel ever since I got here.
We needed to be inside our safe house first and debugged. Since the garage is several hundred yards from the road in the back of the property, anybody could get at it and wire it up. So I'll also perform a security sweep on the SUV. We must remember not to leave anything inside the vehicle each time we return to the house.
Erin nodded. I thought of that too. Over the next 20 minutes, while Erin grilled the steaks, Braden threw together a salad and some biscuits into the oven to bake. They were seated at the table and tearing into their food within minutes. Tomorrow we go out to eat. Restaurants might be a more secure place for discussions. Plus, I'm not exactly a do-the-dishes kind of person, Erin confessed, giving Braden a sly look. Braden chuckled. I can take a hint, my soon-to-be wife. I'll do all the dishes. Why, thank you, honey. That's so kind of you, Erin said in a sugary tone.
This steak is to die for,
Braden said, closing his eyes as he chewed.
A perfect medium rare. I volunteer you for all the cooking.
My dad taught me the secrets of seasoning. Lots of garlic salt, for one thing. We grilled together all summer long. Steaks and chicken and fish and corn on the cob.
Write that down for our grocery list.
Write which one down?
All of them, of course. I'll take care of the desserts. I have a sweet tooth, and if we can't be truly together, I need cake, and pie, and donuts, and candy bars. Lots of those mini candy bars.
Coming right up. I read your mind. Erin pulled open the pantry doors and pulled out a bag of assorted candy bars. Laughter bellowed from Braden's throat.
How did you know?
I've been trained to pay attention to details, my love.
I'm impressed. Thank you. I work better with these things. My brain needs feeding, as well as my heart.
I'll feed your heart any time, too, Erin whispered.
Erin Steele and Lacey Klein are perfect.
Braden mouthed to her in case any undercover enemies were listening.
So are Braden Moretti and Dalton Quinn,
Erin told him without speaking aloud. Shall we take a bag of candy bars and head downstairs? 2 minutes later, they had closed the door to the surveillance room.
Sit tight, Braden told her. I'm going to do that sweep on the garage first. I'll feel better before we begin discussing things. Why don't you check for any messages or news while I'm outside?
Take a weapon with you, Erin suggested. He smiled at her and tucked one into the waistband of his jeans. 30 minutes later, Braden was back, and a pile of candy bar wrappers cluttered the desk. Erin swept them into a trash can. "Caught in the act," he teased her. "I confess to nothing." She retorted with a laugh, then asked, "Anything inside or outside that doesn't belong?" "Nothing. Only our cameras and the satellite for the sat phone. Although the satellite dish is behind the garage, so it's hard to tell which house it belongs to. The prep team did a good job. They usually do. Probably a good thing. I always feel better doing my own sweep." "But you said you have information for me, right? Where are you keeping it?" "In my head." Braden touched his temple. "It's all in here. Okay, here goes." His voice dropped into a much more serious tone, and Erin's stomach dropped, a niggle of worry coming over her. "I have bad news," he said slowly. "You might not believe this, but I ran into Amelia on the island." "What?" Erin squealed, her eyes widening. "Here? On Martinique? Is that why intelligence sent us here? Where is she? I have to see her." "When I arrived a few hours ago, I had a taxi take me to the house. You weren't here, but all looked peaceful. I began to hunt you down. I figured out that since there was a damp swimsuit in the bathroom and trails of sand, you might be at one of the beaches, because I spotted a second swimsuit in your closet and figured you might have others. Next, I went into town to find the most likely beach you might be at. I asked around, went to the boat docks, and somebody told me that out here on this peninsula was a popular spot for families because the water was calmer and there were lots of shacks and cafes. Knowing you're not a big swimmer, that seemed the best possibility." "Well, thanks for the vote of confidence," Erin said, crossing her arms. "Okay, I was never on the swim team or anything, but I do know how to swim. I had to pass the physical swim test to become an agent." Braden laughed at her outrage and took her hands in his warm ones. "I know my girl, and she's more of a sunbather. But going to the docks was exceptionally fortunate because when I turned around to walk down the piers in between all the boats, I spotted a woman on the deck of a dapper little sailing ship, working the rigging to get it ready to take out to sea. There was something about her that was familiar. Her long blonde hair was worn in a similar way that you usually wear yours, the way she carried herself. Even some of her little mannerisms reminded me of you, quite frankly. I pulled down the brim of my hat and watched her for a minute while I retied my sneakers, then inspected another boat nearby to stall so I could watch her for another couple of minutes. Erin, I'm convinced it was Amelia. After all, it's only been a couple of months since we saw her in Savannah, where we watched her and Grayson take off in a speedboat at the Levine Mansion docks." "Do you think they're living here or hiding out? What are you hearing from your sources?" "I'm not sure. It could be just a brief stop." "Did you spot Grayson anywhere?" "Nope, nobody else was around. I went to the harbor master and asked for the name of the boat and the owner, but all he could say was that some corporation from Florida owned it. The boat had been docked for at least a year, and most of the time it sat there unused." "Maybe Amelia was there getting it ready to go out to sea." "That's what I suspect. But she'd need another pair of hands to help with the sailing, and nobody else appeared to be in the vicinity. It might be a ruse, too." "Boats and sightings on every island of the Caribbean." "That's true," Braden admitted. "I'm so tempted to jump in the car and drive down there." "She's already gone. She passed along the dock as I talked to the harbor master in his office. I lost sight of her a few minutes later. She got swallowed up by a crowd and never appeared again, even though I followed her for several hundred yards." Erin took a quick breath. "She didn't see you, did she?" "I don't think so. But then I look quite different now than I did at the fancy parties in Savannah. I didn't want to keep trying to follow her if she had bodyguards hiding in the crowds of people. We have to stay as inconspicuous as possible." Erin placed a hand on her chest, noting her heart was pounding against her ribs. This is our first big clue. We know that she's here in the island chain, maybe living in the mountains of Martinique. Holden Grayson can't be that far away either. I'll show you the intelligence I got, which is what delayed my arrival here to meet up with you, but Braden paused, brow furrowing. Erin touched his hand. What is it? Tell me again, who were those two men who you were talking with? Just a couple of guys, pilots who run a tour company, trying to get me on their plane to go to some deserted island for a picnic. A total come-on. They may be legit, but I haven't checked out their company yet. They called it Martinique Tours by Air. 2 young women showed up with them today gushing about their great time. Interesting. On the surface, it does sound like some guys are just trying to pick up women, but you've seen them more than once then. Yes, twice over the past few days. Do they have any idea who you are? I gave them a hard time and then brushed them off. What are you worried about? Probably nothing, but the guy who took off to get food reminded me of someone. His general build, hair and coloring, and how he walks, his gait. Huh, that's interesting. Are you thinking of someone in particular? I've been musing on it over the last couple of hours. Someone from long ago. Jake Latham from high school. And then we were college roommates at UCSF, the University of California at San Francisco. It would be too bizarre and coincidental to stumble across him here, Erin mused. What are the odds it would be the same man? Besides, he told me his name is Shane Ferguson, and he's from San Diego. So that's that. Not the same person. Just a doppelganger of some sort. Braden grew thoughtful, and Erin could practically see the sparks going off in his brain. That might not be his real name, though. Erin laughed. How weird would that be if he used a fake name? Not so weird at all, my love. We're using aliases, and we're normal people. I'm not sure we're that normal anymore. Erin glanced about the control room. At that exact moment, a wave of unease prickled over her entire body. Was it genuinely safe here? Or was someone listening and watching? The idea of it gave her the creeps. Braden leaned in close to whisper in Erin's ear as if the walls themselves were listening. We have to be very careful. This is a dangerous mission. A man like Holden Grayson doesn't mess around, or think twice about eliminating people who are in his way.
Chapter 11. Sweeping the house for bugs. Okay, how about I sweep the control room since I can look at it with fresh eyes, and you do the upstairs. If I finish first, I'll come upstairs and help you. Sounds like a plan, but I'll let you do the bathroom and front hall while I take the 2 bedrooms, kitchen, and living room. You're right, Braden said with a sheepish grin. That's more evenly divided. I'm eager to get into that control room and start working on my new intel. You've got me super curious, Mr. Dalton Quinn. Erin watched him descend the stairs, admiring his wide shoulders and broad back. And oh my, that thick, dark hair now brushing his shoulders was amazingly sexy. Agents always had to be clean-cut, constantly trimming their hair. And seeing her man in a new light was fun. I can feel you watching me, Braden called over his shoulder. Impossible to stop. I suppose you'll have to punish me later. Don't tempt me, honey. He gave a low chuckle as he landed on the basement floor, then glanced backward to shake his head at her still standing behind the secret pantry door. Oh, pooh, she said, blowing out her breath so hard she caused her bangs to lift. I want to keep watching, but it's pure torture. I want to give Agent Howell a piece of my mind. Maybe I should get a hotel room. Living here together is impossible. I brought a sleeping bag with me and will stay down here. And I'll lock the door to keep out my wild girl," he added with a grin. "Oh, you." Braden leaned against the corner of the staircase. "But I need a pillow. Got an extra?" She stuck her hand on her hip and lifted an eyebrow. "Yeah, I can probably spare one." "You're most generous, my lady." Erin grinned at him. "Get to work, Quinn." When Erin had arrived several days earlier, she had done a cursory look around the house, but it was probably a good idea to do a deeper dive to make sure the place was squeaky clean before the two of them got into any nitty-gritty work. While she inspected each electrical socket and lamp or light fixture in the house, Erin could hear Braden bumping around the control room. He left the door to the staircase open so they could call out if needed. Erin pulled out the couches, chairs, and tables, running her hands underneath the cushions and getting on her hands and knees. She swiped at all the walls to make sure there were no recent replastered bumps or new paint jobs. Then she inspected the fixtures in the two bathrooms and underneath the sinks. Even if there weren't cameras, she was also looking for listening devices. After an hour and a half, she flopped herself on the couch and stared at the silent TV set. She was dying to return to the beach and cool off. The sun had already lowered in the late winter sky, and it would be dark in minutes. She picked up the remote control for the TV and turned on the power. Old sitcom reruns were playing. Absent-mindedly, Erin brushed her fingers along the rows of buttons, going through any spots in the house she might have missed. After a few minutes, she noticed that one of the remote's buttons was ever so slightly off. She glanced down and realized that the button was tilted on the control piece, but ever so slightly. Like a millimeter of an inch, if that. Must be broken. Was it just her imagination? Closing her eyes, she ran her finger over it again. Nope. It was off. Almost imperceptibly, but not quite right. "Hey, Dalton?" she finally called out. "Have we got any screwdrivers or a toolkit in this place?" Braden walked partway up the stairs to hear her better. "Did you say you need a toolkit?" "I think so, in the closet down here with various miscellaneous tools. I'll find one and bring it to you." "I'll come down to you instead," Erin told him. If she was holding a bug in her hand, she didn't want to do it upstairs where they could be watched and heard. A moment later, Braden said, "No screwdrivers, but I do have my trusty pocket knife with a zillion little tools on it." "A zillion, huh? My old pocket knife only had about 6. Yours must weigh so much inside your pants pocket that they're in danger of sliding completely down to your knees." "Very funny. You know what I mean." "Can't help teasing, my love." "Here, sweetheart." Braden handed over a mini screwdriver. Squinting at the remote, Erin used the screwdriver to turn the tiny screw in the back plate and soon had the remote in pieces, laying them across the coffee table. "Look at this." Braden came over and stared down at the torn-apart TV remote. "Now we can't watch a movie tonight." Erin laughed. Poor baby. She picked up the most significant inner piece of the green circuitry board. "Aha! Gotcha." Suddenly, Braden lifted a finger to warn her about speaking aloud. He sat close to gaze at the board in the palm of Erin's hand. She indicated that she had removed the crooked button and then pointed dramatically. In her palm lay the tiniest transmitter she'd ever seen. "A camera?" Braden mouthed. Erin shook her head, mouthing, "Too small. Microphone listening to every word we're saying." She tapped her ear and lifted an eyebrow, dropping the device on the coffee table. Braden let out a long, slow breath, then took her hand to go outside. They walked several yards away and stood under a cluster of palm trees. "Think it's our IA guys or someone else?" he said quietly. I certainly hope it's not our own intelligence agencies. If so, we're in more trouble than we think. I agree, and I have an idea. Erin followed him back into the kitchen and turned on the sink water while Braden held the tiny transmitter underneath the stream of H2O to ruin the wiring. Then Erin opened the back door to the rear yard again. Stopping underneath a hedge of shrubbery along the fence line, they quickly dug a small hole about 8 inches deep. After dropping the electrical device inside, they covered it with the soft pile of dirt they'd dug up. Braden stomped on it several times to pack the earth firm before they returned to the house. Before entering, Braden paused at the bottom step of the porch and spoke in quiet tones. The fact that I spotted Amelia, who immediately disappeared, added to the footprints you found near the bedroom window, tells me they know we're here. We have to be on guard at all times. Erin nodded. Think there are any more of those things hidden? I tried to go over every square inch. The control room is clean. I even looked in the ceiling fan. Erin snapped her fingers. The ceiling fan in the living room and kitchen. Still gotta check those. Without speaking, they climbed the steps and each headed to one of the fans. Within 3 minutes, they found the tiniest cameras Erin had ever seen in her life. After grinding the 2 cameras, as tiny as a spider egg with the heel of her shoe, Braden said, I think we're good now, but let's not speak freely inside the house, only downstairs. 30 seconds later, they were ensconced at the bank of computers in 2 swivel desk chairs. Braden gave Erin a slow smile. Now for the good news. It took me a long time to get here because I was with my team in San Francisco. We sequestered ourselves in a secure underground bunker, going through the satellites we have on every island in the Caribbean, including all the tiny ones, and even Puerto Rico and Jamaica. Wow, that's a lot of islands. There must be at least 20, not counting the uninhabited islands. As you can imagine, it took time to get the satellites in position, let alone to read through and decipher the data and images. While you and I were becoming our brand new aliases, my team worked around the clock with the NSA and NASA on the satellites. It's a relief to have things moving after so much time, finally. Especially when our lives have been completely upended. There was a resigned note, even gloomy in Braden's voice, tugging at Erin's heart. Did they find any leads for us to pursue? I'm so eager I could spit nails, not just to find Amelia, but to get our lives back, if we can. She paused, then lifted her eyes to his. Do you think we ever can? Yes. Even if we can't right now, I am determined that we will be together. We will be married, sweetheart, even if we have to go to the Amazon jungle. I still haven't decided if Howell's sudden wedding was to appease us, or if we were on the verge of being swept up in an enemy sting. The explosion and chaos were insane, Erin said softly, reaching out to clutch his warm hand in hers. She'd melt in a puddle in his arms if she weren't careful. Okay, I can't think about that right now or I'll go crazy. Give me the details of your team's findings, Mr. Quinn. Braden grinned. Yes, we got some solid leads. Despite seeing Amelia here in Martinique, I'm 99% sure she got whisked away again the same day. And the woman I spotted could have been a decoy, a woman who just looked like Amelia to throw us off. Before I finally found you on that beach, I spotted a helicopter and a boat leaving Martinique and heading into the empty ocean. How far can a boat or a helicopter get across empty water? Depends on the helicopter, of course, but a good enough boat can sail around the globe with an experienced team. But a plane can fly for several hours or several hundred miles before refueling. The other thing to consider is that helicopters are often more easily heard from a distance, and can't fly as high as a plane.
Who could we get to fly a plane? And I'm not talking about those two guys giving romantic tours to unsuspecting women. He chuckled.
I can fly, my darling girl.
Erin stared at him. You have a pilot's license? Braden nodded.
Yes, including my instrumentation license and commercial license, although I only flew with a small regional several years ago before going into the CIA.
How did I not know this? I was about to marry you. Unacceptable, she said, crossing her arms in front of her chest while her lips twitched in a grin.
Are you saying that knowing I was a pilot, eons ago, would have stopped you from marrying me?
Well, Erin said in a slow drawl, I would have had to think about it for a few days, at least. Well, maybe one or two. I mean, flying can be dangerous. He chuckled.
Flying is one of the safest activities out there, and I get my license renewed yearly, along with the required doctor's physical. Braden leaned in closer to tease Erin, grinning himself. Despite the exquisite danger of small planes, will you fly with me anyway? I need my right-hand gal, and you're the best partner I ever had, in more ways than one.
The laugh Erin tried to suppress escaped her throat. I suppose so, if I have to.
Well, you have to, because I need you to run the binoculars.
Run the binoculars? That's a funny way of putting it.
He shrugged. I need someone to be the lookout since I'll have my hands full flying the plane. And it's just you and me here, babe. We are the team.
Twisting in her swivel chair, Erin stared at him.
You're serious? So you have actual leads to Holden Grayson and Amelia? That's what I've been trying to tell you. In a smart-alecky way, I'll admit.
Spill it pronto. I've been going crazy with not knowing anything.
I'm happy to tell you that we've snagged some excellent leads. The satellite team picked up some unusual activity on a tiny and remote island. It's nearly 300 miles from here, due west. We can be there in a couple of hours by plane.
Is the island inhabited? Erin asked.
That part is a little obscure. It's an unnamed island and very small. Probably no more than 15 square miles, about 2 miles wide by 3 miles long. Nobody has ever lived there. Over the past 100 years, there have been land disputes over which island country owns the darn thing or whether Venezuela does.
It's supposed to be deserted? Erin asked. No owner, past or present.
That's correct. It's almost 300 miles from Martinique in the middle of the Caribbean Sea, far from any other islands in the Caribbean chain. But surprisingly, it's only another 200 miles from this deserted island to Venezuela. More specifically, Caracas.
Interesting, Erin said quietly. A perfect location. Far from any of the inhabited islands, small, remote.
The biggest problem is that the island is dense with jungle and foliage, but there's someone there. More than one someone. Lately, a lot of movement is showing up on satellite. While you were up here debugging the house, I got a new message. Let me show it to you.
Wow. Erin breathed, her neck tingling while her heart rose into her throat. You've already researched the island pretty thoroughly. Braden moved the mouse around the wide screen, showing satellite images on an island surrounded by hues of blue and pristine beaches.
Get a load of this as well. Unknown boats have been spotted dropping anchor right off the coast of this deserted island.
Chapter 12. Surveillance Planes and Bullets. Erin let out a low whistle, and Braden began to laugh.
I've never heard you do that before. That's quite the whistle, honey.
I learned the fine art of whistling from my brother Sean. He's the best whistler in the family. I just haven't done much lately. It's been a busy few years in my family and personally, if you know what I mean. Braden nodded, then spoke softly.
I know it's been rough, honey.
It just kind of came out without me thinking about it. But Sean and I used to have whistling contests at the dinner table, which drove our parents crazy. Amelia would regally rise from her chair and then claim the TV set and her favorite shows for the rest of the evening. That would just spur us on even more. Bigger and bigger challenges to see who could outlast the other. At first, my parents would laugh, but if we didn't quit after 30 minutes, Sean and I had dishes duty. I can picture it all. Braden laughed, shaking his head. Later, Dad would secretly give us a thumbs up and he'd do the drying and putting away. Erin paused, growing thoughtful. Venezuela, huh? The perfect country to smuggle, load up or offload contraband and illegal bounty. Paying off the officials is easy. That country is one of the most corrupt in the world.
My gut tells me we got him this time.
If there aren't a few hundred guards hidden in that jungle just waiting to shoot us down.
There's always that,
Braden said slowly.
But it's imperative we do some reconnaissance before we get dropped on this island with guns blazing. It might just be some anonymous billionaire.
Instead of a wanted criminal billionaire? Braden shook his head in laughter.
Exactly. Okay, first off, we're going to leave at 3 a.m. and travel in the dark. As high as I can take the plane so they can't hear us coming until we're practically upon them. Once the island is in sight, we'll go down as close as we dare when dawn begins to break and start snapping photographs.
Will we be able to land on a small island with so many trees?
The plane we're taking can land anywhere, even in the mountains or on a short runway. It's made for rough terrain. Should we take rifles?
Braden pursed his lips.
Yeah. Our rifles won't work at such a long range, even if we're just a couple of 1,000 feet in the air. Especially because we're going to be traveling at 130 miles an hour. But you never know. Firing might make them take cover until we can get out of there.
I think our goal should be not to be seen, at all costs. We don't want them to know that we know they're running their business there.
I agree. When we bring in a task force, we want to come by surprise, in the dead of the night.
Erin rose from the desk chair and stretched, hearing her back crack. Instantly, Braden caught her around the waist and lifted her up so she could gaze down at his face.
There's no other partner I'd rather be doing this with,
he said in a low voice, their faces close together.
But man, it's going to be hard to say goodnight.
She shushed him.
Don't talk about it. I can't stand it.
But I've been thinking. He growled.
I love it when you think.
She swatted at his arm as he slowly lowered her back to the floor. Let's just get married as Lacey and Dalton. Go to a judge here in Martinique and do it. We have passports and birth certificates to verify our identities.
See? I love your mind, sweetheart.
Erin went on. When we've finished with this job, found Amelia, and arrested Grayson, we're going to find the closest wedding chapel or city hall and do it again as us. That's a promise.
Believe me, I'll hold you to it.
Erin lifted herself onto her toes and lightly kissed him on the lips.
Good night, Dalton.
Braden protested.
That's all I get? Just one little kiss?
She smiled up at him, ran her fingers through his thick dark hair, and then tugged at the facial hair that made him look completely different. Any more than that, and we won't be able to stop. We promised each other we'd have a real honeymoon, after we're legally married.
I'm with you all the way," he said softly, kissing the tip of her nose.
Erin's alarm went off at 2 a.m. She groaned and rubbed the sleep from her eyes. Going to bed well after 9 o'clock was probably a bad idea, although they had learned a great deal about where Holden Grayson and her sister might be. She desperately hoped this was it. She'd been daydreaming about bringing Amelia back home to her family for more than 2 years. They'd throw the biggest party, smother her in hugs and kisses, tears of joy streaming down her parents' faces. "Stop it," she growled at last, throwing on dark jeans and a black sweatshirt. They still had a long way to go. It was hard not to get her hopes up, but it could also be deadly. She had to approach this job without bias and no expectations. They had no idea what they were going to find on that island. Heck, she and Braden might be shot down today, and it would all be over. Her parents might end up with 2 missing daughters. But Braden had told her that the odds of a sniper hitting a plane going over 100 miles an hour to take it down was pretty much 0. After she brushed her teeth and splashed water on her face, Erin pulled her hair into a knot at the base of her neck. Her new hairstyle wasn't long enough to do more than that. Quietly, she met Braden downstairs as they loaded up their gear. Flashlights, 2 sets of binoculars, long-range rifles, pistols, and ammo. Before heading to the rear garage to get the SUV, Erin held up a bag. Braden lifted his eyebrows in question. "Snacks," she mouthed, locking the set of deadbolts as they silently went down the porch steps. It would be highly suspicious if someone took a walk at 3 o'clock in the morning. The neighborhood was dark, without a single light in any of the homes set back in the island trees and shrubbery. No late-night strollers. They didn't waste any time loading the car and pulling out as quietly as they could, slowly driving down the street until they left the neighborhood and took one of the main roads to a small airport that housed Cessnas, Moonies, and Pipers. After parking the car and trudging to the plane provided for them by the off-island CIA team, Erin loaded their gear into the rear seats of the Pilatus PC-6, an aircraft made for takeoffs and landings in rugged terrain. At the same time, Braden spent the next 30 minutes reviewing his pilot checklist, inspecting the wings, rotors, landing gear, and engine. He gave her a quick nod and then climbed into the cockpit, handing Erin a headset so they could talk to each other. "Can you hear me okay?" he asked. "Loud and clear, Captain." Braden gave her a comical eye roll, then started the engine. In minutes, they were on the runway and taking off. "Sit back, relax, and enjoy your peanuts and Coke. If the flight attendants remembered to bring them." "I guess I'll play flight attendant today since I thought to bring food and water bottles," Erin said, giving him a shake of her head. "If we get stranded on a deserted island." They chatted quietly over the next 2 hours while Erin constantly used the binoculars, peering out the front and side windows. The water below is just endless black. "But do you see those occasional flashes of white?" she asked after they entered their 3rd hour of flight time. Braden turned his head to peer out his side window. "I think those are ocean waves. The white flashes of rolling water disappear as soon as I see them. See, it's already gone. Got the other pair of binoculars?" "Right here." Erin handed him the second set. "My coordinates are coming up fast. I'm going to put the plane on autopilot and use the binoculars, and then we can look out both sides at once. I don't want to overshoot or miss the island completely." The next 15 minutes were spent in silence as Erin scanned the swells with the binoculars, the only sound the hum of the airplane. "Okay, time to go lower. Got one of those long-range rifles loaded?" "Right here," Erin said, grabbing the weapon and laying it across her lap, never taking her eyes off the ocean below. I must admit that it's a little freaky to think that we're hundreds of miles away from land. What if the engine suddenly goes out?
I have an inflatable lifeboat in the back, and rations for 2 weeks.
I feel so much better now. Erin wisecracked, noting that the sky was beginning to lighten.
Try not to think about it.
In the next breath, Erin raised her voice. There, starboard, flashes of something.
Yeah, I see it. The sun is just about to break the horizon. See any buildings or a runway?
Nope, but your intelligence is correct. Can't see any dirt or sand, except on the perimeter of the island where the sandy beaches lie. It's a thick jungle of green down there. Maybe it's just the white of the sand? They often sparkle like there are hidden diamonds in the grains.
Possibly. Okay, I'm easing the plane down lower. Keep your binoculars trained.
Braden tucked one of the pistols between his legs, a second rifle along the outside of his leg, despite the cramped cockpit. Erin strained her eyes, constantly making tiny adjustments to the high-powered binoculars as they slowly circled the small island. Braden sucked in a gulp of air.
Okay, a bit lower, then we're out of here. I am not going to risk it. I will demand that my intelligence team send me better and clearer satellite images. They swear that this island has some buildings in the undergrowth, but I'm getting spooked to go much closer.
I'm with you on that, Captain. Slowly, Braden brought the plane down lower, just as the sun teasing the ocean's horizon moved an inch higher, and a blast of dazzling yellow rays broke, lighting up the earth and sky. There! Erin yelled, leaning forward with her binoculars and pointing. The peaked roof of a house or warehouse nestled inside that cluster of trees. It's painted dark green like the forest, but I swear it's a building, not trees.
Can you see anything else?
Too dense. No sign of roads or pavement or concrete. At least not here. Taking pictures. Erin swapped the binoculars for her surveillance camera, snapping furiously. Not a moment later, there was a sudden loud ping. What was that? Erin asked, still taking pictures.
Get your rifle, darling. I think we just got shot at. Do you see anyone in the trees? Maybe on the far side of the compound you spotted.
Erin trained the binoculars on that area. The palm trees are rustling, but I don't think it's the wind. Someone's down there, and they see us. She put the binoculars on the spot again. It's hard to make out details, but someone is camouflaged in those trees and has a weapon. Chapter 13. Satellite Images.
We're out of here,
Braden shouted.
Hang on.
The plane's engine roared as he pulled up the nose of the aircraft and strained for higher elevation. Another startling ping off the metal body of the aircraft sent Erin diving for the floor. Of course, all she could do was strain against her seatbelt as she bent over to touch her toes and move out of sight of the windows. It wasn't more than a couple of minutes, and they had turned to head back to Martinique and were too far away for any other bullets. It was a sober ride back. Finally, Braden reached over to take Erin's hand in his.
Are you all right?
She took a breath. Of course. I haven't been shot at in ages. I guess it was my turn.
That's not how it works,
he told her. I know, just trying not to freak out. Plane's functional and okay? Erin hadn't dared to ask earlier. She kept picturing being stranded in the middle of the Caribbean Sea on a lifeboat for the next month.
Absolutely. We'll be back in an hour. Try to relax.
Braden was true to his word. After he landed the plane back in Martinique, Erin started to gather their belongings to haul to their SUV in the small parking lot, while he checked out the aircraft before pushing it back into its hangar spot.
I'll help you with all of that. Come look at this first.
Erin walked over to where Braden was bent over the plane and pointed out a single bullet hole. Braden nodded with a grunt.
That's the work of an excellent sharpshooter. We were just a tad too low, but at least he didn't puncture our gas line or take out a window, and us with it.
Goosebumps crawled along every inch of Erin's skin.
Too close for comfort.
Braden nodded briefly, taking her hand in his warm, comforting one.
Try not to dwell on it. We're back safe and sound, and we have a lot of new intel to discuss with the off-site team, including a plan of action to make. Let's go home, take a hot shower, and regroup in the control room.
Lead the way, my love, Erin whispered, every bone in her body weary. She leaned against Braden for a moment after they loaded the SUV with their weapons and equipment, then climbed in. After arriving back at the house, hauling the equipment downstairs and returning the weapons to the gun safes, Erin's constant yawning made her jaw ache.
You hit the shower first, Braden told her, pushing her toward the master bedroom. But before you fall asleep in there, I had another thought about what happened in the air.
Erin looked up at him quizzically.
By taking pot shots at us, the goons on that island gave themselves away. We know without a doubt that it's inhabited. We know someone is living there who doesn't want us around. They'd most likely kill us before asking a single question, even though we might have just been lost tourists.
Erin laughed. Lost tourists 300 miles from the main chain of islands? And several thousand more miles of ocean from the coast of Africa? Leaning his shoulder against the door jamb of her bedroom, Braden chuckled.
They probably know exactly who we are, but that goes for both sides now. The building you spotted has to be a compound of sorts.
Exactly. There weren't enough details through that dense forest, and if they hadn't shot at us, we might have chalked up the hazy sighting of that one single building to poor lighting and eyesight. We might have doubted ourselves, especially since it's so far out in the middle of the Caribbean Sea, far away from any shoreline. Braden took her hand and gently kissed the back of it.
As unnerving as it was, this is good news for us. We got 'em. We're going to get them, and sooner rather than later.
Okay, I have to take a quick nap so the world stops whirling. My eyes are fuzzy with fatigue. Meet you downstairs in a couple of hours. I'll bring lunch.
You got yourself a deal.
Braden disappeared into the hall bathroom while Erin shut the door to her bedroom. She grabbed clean clothes and hit the shower. The hot water was divine, but she barely made it to 2 minutes before drying off and falling onto the bed after closing the drapes tight against the morning sun. A soft knock came at the door, and she startled.
"Who's there?"
she said in a groggy voice while snapping into an instant sitting position.
"Your lunch, chef,"
Braden's voice said through the door. Erin placed a hand on her pounding forehead. She needed some Tylenol. "What?" she asked, her voice cracking. She tried to get her bearings and brain to stop whirling as she glanced at the bedside clock. It read 12:32. She'd been dead asleep for almost 4 hours. "Gosh, Braden, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to sleep so long."
"No worries. I didn't want to wake you. When I contacted my team a little while ago, they said they were barely getting to the skiff. At least we're in the same time zone."
Within minutes, Erin and Braden threw together a few PB&Js to eat downstairs. At the same time, they worked with a cooler with cans of Coke and Dr. Pepper under a pile of ice to keep them going over the next several hours, and Tylenol for Erin to stop the groggy headache.
"You okay, honey?"
Braden asked. She gave him a sideways smile. "Is it terrible that I'm already looking forward to sleeping tonight? For about 10 hours? But future sleep all depends on what happens today. Okay, what have you got so far?"
"I uploaded the pictures we took of the island to Agent Derek Ford, my team leader for this project. The dim lighting doesn't help, of course, but to fly over during the day, at least for our first time, was too risky, especially if it's occupied by our #1 suspect.
And I'm convinced Holden Grayson is there. Or at least his headquarters are on that island. The last spotting of the man after our job in Savannah finished was of him getting on a private plane after we saw him and Amelia on the boat when you got shot in the arm. Erin sighed and Braden rubbed at his still healing arm. She went on. It was amazing that one of your CIA guys, after a couple of days digging and sleuthing, was able to find out that the boat and plane belonged to Grayson because nothing he owns is under his name or any of his companies, real or shell, and that plane had a flight plan to the Caribbean.
I agree, Braden said, moving the mouse across the screen. We're lucky that another agent happened to know someone working at the airport when Holden's plane landed and contacted him. That's when we knew the man had gone to Martinique, the best island to head west to his private compound.
Did you tell your team that some guard on the island took shots at us last night?
Oh, yeah. They immediately worked on getting approval from NASA to get us the images from the closest satellite moving across that latitude over the past week, which hopefully includes imagery of that tiny island. Agent Ford's about to upload a whole slew of fresh shots. I'm excited to see them.
Erin finished the last bite of her sandwich. That's great. Bring them up. I can't wait either. Here's hoping they have more details than we got.
Okay, Braden murmured. Here we go.
Across 3 large and interconnected computer screens, a series of white and black images appeared in a long row of what amounted to thumbnails. There were at least 100 shots over a couple of days. A text came through to Braden's burner phone. He picked it up and read the message.
He says that's all they've got. A satellite keeps moving and gets out of range pretty quickly, especially when our target island is so small.
A tingle of excitement rose in Erin's belly. Bring 'em up, Agent Moretti. Or should I call you Agent Quinn?
You can call me anything you'd like, sweetheart, Braden quipped. But only here in our personal dungeon.
Erin held her breath as Braden began to enlarge the images. After a couple of dozen, the shots started to zoom in and focused on specific parts of the island. The north, south, east, and west, and then the center. Many were too far away, just a palm tree-covered island in the middle of an empty blue sea.
Bingo,
Erin said under her breath. I was right. Look at that hidden compound.
You've got good eyes, Braden murmured. But it's impressive. They knew how to build it and keep it well hidden.
But look at that. Wow, there's a lot more there than we could see on a moonless night. Erin continued, moving her chair closer to the screen. Before their eyes, a narrow airstrip appeared, densely lined by palms and tupelo, along with rows of enormous trees with thick trunks and wild, gnarly limbs spreading out to create a ceiling over the tiny road that circled the island. Oh, I think those are zamana trees. They're huge and gorgeous. The trees remind me of the oak trees of the southern states that often have limbs so long they spread across the ground for 100 feet in each direction.
We got us a secret compound, honey, Braden said under his breath.
He held up a finger to point out a helipad and a boat dock situated at the smallest beach of the island to obscure the single boat floating there, as if suspended in blackness. Looks like they built in and around the existing trees. Now that I can see the specific trees more clearly, it's apparent that the house was built in a series of wings. Each wing extends into a different part of the jungle. Braden let out a low whistle.
Brilliant. And expensive.
Very expensive, but not so much for one of the richest men in the world. Braden got back on the phone, speaking to the team leader.
Any chance we can bring some of those even closer? Can you spot any people or guards walking about? Yeah, we just got one that looks like an image of a couple of humans. Sending it now.
Erin found herself gripping the edge of the desk as the picture came up. Braden enlarged it so that it took up the entire screen of the center computer. One of Grayson's goons? An armed guard?
Braden said, studying the picture. I'm not sure it's a guard. He's only got a sidearm and a holster at his waist, no rifle and not wearing a uniform. Might not be hired security, but someone who works directly for our top dog criminal.
I agree, Erin added, studying the grainy image. We're lucky to catch his face, too, even if it's partly his profile. She was silent for a moment, then added, Is there something about that guy that makes you think you've seen him elsewhere? His features are a bit blurred, though. Maybe I'm just hoping and seeing things.
Braden shook his head. No, I don't think you're imagining things. There's something oddly familiar about him. You still there, Agent Ford? Here, the man said. Got any more pictures of this guy? What time of day was it? Early morning, yesterday. Here are a couple more. Right before the guy disappears into the underbrush.
New images came up. One of the unknown man in a long stride, followed up by another image of the same man glancing over his shoulder. Zoom in, Erin said excitedly. Look at his legs, the way he's walking. She touched Braden's arm. I do believe you might know him.
Me? I barely got onto the island 36 hours ago.
Remember when you first arrived and found me on the beach? Braden jerked his face toward hers, and their eyes locked. He leaned closer to the screen.
That's the guy on the beach, the one who took off. The partner to that Antonio, who runs Martinique tours by air.
You said he seemed familiar, his stride. Well, there you go. The satellite picked up a partial stride as he walked away. That's Shane Ferguson. Braden slammed his palm to the desk.
Well, I'll be damned. Excuse my French, sweetheart,
he said with a sheepish smile. Then he clenched his teeth.
He might call himself Shane Ferguson now, but that's my old college roommate, Jake Latham.
Chapter 14. A Traitor. Braden got up from his chair and began to pace the control room.
How did Jake get mixed up with Holden Grayson?
Wow, Erin whispered. Just wow. Braden stopped pacing and fell back into his desk chair.
Jake isn't here running an island tour company. I don't buy that at all. Martinique Tours by Air is a front. He's part of Grayson's enterprise. Hey, Braden, said Derek Ford from the phone. I'm going to run a background check on this guy's name in our database. Shane Ferguson and Jake Latham, correct? Yes, please do it.
Erin glanced over. Braden was not happy, and he had been right. He knew there was something off about Shane Ferguson the other day on the beach. She shouldn't have dismissed it so quickly. But they had no way of knowing that the guy had been playing her over the past few days. Shane/Jake and Antonio appeared to have purposely sought her out. How long had they been following her? How did they know she would be in Martinique? Were those his footprints at their safe house in the middle of the night? The thought gave her shivers, and she got up to turn down the air conditioning.
Okay, intel coming,
Ford abruptly said.
What do you have?
Braden asked, grabbing a pencil and pad of paper.
Okay, this is getting strange. A Jake Latham is working for the CIA.
Erin got whiplash when she turned her head toward Braden and the computer screen. There's got to be more than one person named Jake Latham. It's not that unusual of a name.
Pulling up his bio page and picture from the Langley website now, Ford said. Gotta verify before we accuse. Okay, and here it is.
A photo of a man wearing a suit and tie appeared on the center screen. Braden ran his hands through his hair while Erin's jaw dropped to the floor. "Well, that's definitely Shane Ferguson," she whispered, using air quotes around his alias. "Wonder how long he's been with the CIA."
Look at the dates. Just 3 years.
Ford said.
Is he working undercover on this job? Braden asked quickly. Perhaps I have it wrong. I don't think so, Moretti. His work profile tells me that he's currently on a sabbatical. Cites personal reasons.
Braden turned to Erin, his head slowly shaking from side to side.
The guy is a liar, he said. Looks like we got ourselves a mole. Talk to your superior in the next 30 seconds and ensure nothing about our operation gets sent to Latham. Get his clearance revoked and put a freeze on his account. I'm on it now. Calling my superior officer at this very moment. Agent Ford replied, then paused. Braden, Erin, please be careful.
About 15 minutes later, Braden got a message. Done. Clearance was frozen, as well as Latham's CIA account. His passwords have been scrambled. What's our next move? Braden typed into the phone. We have to talk in person. He had Ford on the phone again in seconds.
We must take advantage of the fact that we've found Holden Grayson's compound. It's taken years. We have to move, and fast.
Don't forget that my sister is with that man, Erin added, leaning over to speak into the phone. He's wanted for kidnapping. Braden lifted his eyebrows. They both knew that after finding Amelia with Grayson and having those few moments of conversation, she had definitely stated that Holden had not kidnapped her, that she had gone willingly. Erin sighed. I know what you're thinking, Braden, but Amelia could be lying. She's been on the missing person list for 2 years now. We have to find her and bring her in. She could also be charged as an accessory to Holden's crimes. Ford spoke up.
Erin's right. We can't take her word for it. There's way too much here. We must arrest them both, if we can get to them without being killed by island snipers. I've got a plan, Braden said, but we need to implement it ASAP. That's going to take some doing. Can you get your superior and his superior on this in the next hour? Yeah, of course. Grayson's been on our inside wanted list for at least a decade. Okay, hit me. We were shot at last night, so we can't go in by air. Grayson's goons are hidden in the thick foliage and probably stationed at every breach and water inlet, which means we need to go in by sea. The SEALs, Agent Ford stated bluntly. You catch on quick, Braden said with a bit of humor. His team leader gave a small laugh. I have to be quick. Comes with my job. You must set this up under your commander's direction. SEALs mean a big boat, at probably 2 in the dead of night. Agent Ford interrupted. What time were you getting shot at? Dawn, closer to 6 in the morning. I'm sure my plane's engine alerted the island security team. We'll use seaplanes to get us within a few miles so you can't be detected by air. From there, you and Steele will get on the boat with the SEALs. They'll take out perimeter security and get you on the island. Then we'll map a route for you while the Navy guys clear the field and get you to the compound. Erin and I need permission to make arrests and take down anyone that gets in our way. That goes without saying. Ford agreed. Permission granted. Erin spoke up. I think we also need a strike team. Grayson could have a professional security team inside that house, on multiple floors, or a basement. Other compound buildings with tunnels. I'm just thinking of all the potential possibilities for things to go wrong. The biggest problem is that we don't know the layout of the compound or the number of armed goons. And then there's Jake Latham, our mole. Who makes that arrest? Braden gave a low chuckle. That guy is mine. All mine.
Settle down, Moretti. You know you aren't allowed to hurt the guy.
Depends on the circumstances. I won't make any promises. If Latham is working for Holden Grayson, he's a live wire. Unpredictable. Latham might mow us all down with a machine gun and have no regrets.
There was a moment of silence as they stared at each other. Derek finally said,
You think he'd do that? An old friend. He's already gone to the dark side. Yes, and yes.
Erin cleared her throat. What about taking out the security cameras? We'll have to do that as soon as we get on the island. You know they'll be everywhere. Holden Grayson will make sure of it, and money is no object.
I'll have my team study all these images on the island in fine detail and get you an operations report before we begin.
Perfect, Erin said quietly. What's our timeline for compiling the various teams, planes, and boats? We were there about 8 hours ago, but you know Grayson has already been informed about the plane where his guys popped off bullets. I'm sure he's already prepping for an invasion.
Good points, Braden said. What do you think, Ford? Okay, there are a lot of moving parts, but this is high priority,
Agent Ford said, his voice crisp and clear.
This is the closest we've come to a firm location on Holden Grayson's operation. As we've been discussing this, I've already alerted my superior officer, and calls are being made. The goal is tonight. The Navy's Delta Force, SEALs, and strike teams always have teams on call.
That's what I was hoping, Erin said in a low voice. Tonight. She'd see Amelia and rescue her sister tonight. It was almost unbelievable that they were so close to accomplishing this goal after more than 2 years. Amelia would be back here in Martinique and guarded by her and Braden until they could get a flight back to the States.
Plan to leave Martinique at 10 p.m., Ford said. ETA to land on the island no later than 2 a.m., which includes the time to make that final leg on the Navy boat to the island's beaches. What time will we hear from you later today? Braden asked. The plan will be in place no later than 7 p.m.
That's approximately 4 to 5 hours from now, Erin calculated, saying it out loud.
Just so that we're clear on the plan, Agent Ford said before he logged off, you'll fly in on a seaplane as far as the military craft. He paused. You do know how to fly a seaplane, Moretti. It's been a while, but yes. Good. Okay, you'll land next to the Navy boat, load up with any gear and ammo you need, then take the strike team and drop anchor offshore about a quarter mile. Sit tight until we get the signal that the strike team has breached the island and taken out Grayson's security. Then your raft will land at one of the more secluded beaches. From there, you'll go straight to the main compound house. SEALs and Delta will find and capture, or take out Holden Grayson, his bodyguards, and other close personnel. Your mission is to find Amelia Steele and get her to a secure location. Sit tight until the SEALs can get you safely back off the island. You guys good? Ready and raring to go, Braden said, his voice confident. He logged off, jotted down a few notes, then turned to Erin. Best news in a very long time, sweetheart.
Erin grasped his hand, bringing his fingers to her lips to kiss. This is great. I can hardly believe it's happening.
Right now, we need a couple more hours of shut-eye. It's going to be a long night.
Erin blew out her breath. Not sure I can sleep.
You gotta try.
Braden stood up and stretched his legs.
Come on, I'll take you upstairs, give you a goodnight kiss, and tuck you into that great big king-sized bed.
It's 2:00 in the afternoon.
The house has good blinds. Pretend it's 2 a.m. I'll stay down here with a sleeping bag just in case we get some updates before this evening.
Oh, Braden, you will be dead on your feet. He gave her a grin.
Nah, I love this kind of stuff.
All at once, there was an odd noise overhead, a creaking of the floorboards in the kitchen.
What in the world? Erin hissed under her breath. Someone's inside the house.
Chapter 15. Home Invasion. Slowly, Erin crept up the stairs behind Braden, thankful that the surveillance room had soundproofing and a quiet staircase with thick carpet. When they reached the top, she signaled to Braden, asking if he thought the hidden door behind the pantry might have been discovered.
Hope not.
He mouthed with a little shrug of his shoulders, then held up a hand. Wait. They stood in absolute silence, listening to the house. For footsteps. For creaks or hushed conversations. There were a few more noises, but it was obvious whoever was in the house was trying to be quiet. Silently, Erin tugged at the back of Braden's shirt. Then she pointed to the weapon safes to indicate she was getting their guns for protection before opening up the control room door to the main house. Quickly and quietly, Erin went back down the narrow staircase and twirled the combination lock to the gun cases. She grabbed 2 9mm guns, checking the clips to make sure they were loaded, as well as an AR-15 and a shotgun, which was more beneficial for a home invasion, if it was a home invasion, and not more goons sent by Holden Grayson to take them out. She handed the pistol and shotgun to Braden, then tucked the other gun into the back of her jeans and held the AR-15. Nodding once, Braden slowly cracked the door to the upstairs kitchen, just as a loud crashing noise sounded.
That came from the living room,
Erin said tersely.
Do we go in with guns blazing?
Braden shook his head, his voice barely a whisper.
Not if it's a couple of teens burglarizing the place. Let's take it slow.
Erin moved in behind Braden, breaching the kitchen as they took it one slow step at a time. He signaled her to move past the hallway to check out the front sitting room while he moved to the bedrooms. A moment later, Erin called out, and Braden jogged back down the hall. They're gone, but look. One of the windows has been broken. There are jagged pieces of glass on the carpet.
Come see the master suite.
Erin glanced up at him. Your tone doesn't sound good. When she entered the bedroom, she saw his concern. All the contents of her suitcases and closet had been ransacked, tossed on the floor or upended. She hurried to the master bathroom. It was the same. She saw destruction with her possessions thrown all over the floor or sitting in the shower with the water running.
Is anything missing?
Braden asked. Erin spent a few moments looking through her belongings. No, it doesn't look like anything was taken, just thoroughly destroyed.
Where are your phone and laptop?
I put them downstairs in the control room after returning from the airplane surveillance mission early this morning.
That's good, Braden said, relief in his voice. They were looking for something but probably didn't find it. Got frustrated that our hidden door stayed hidden.
Think they were kids or someone else, like Jake Latham or Grayson's thugs?
Wow, hard to say. Someone was looking for something. But maybe they're merely sending a warning to stay away.
A broken window looks more like a warning because they could have come through the unlocked back door.
The timing of this is disturbing, and I think we need to get out of here. Get you into a hotel. There's no telling if they'll be back, or someone else with intent to harm.
And here I was, looking forward to a few hours of sleep, she said, lifting her eyebrows. Honestly, Braden, we can't leave the house to do this mission. We have that control room down there to think about. We need to communicate with Agent Ford. We must keep this room safe until we return from tonight's operation.
We have passcode locks already, and locks on the safes.
We could always set a booby trap if somebody tried to take down the door, Erin said mischievously.
I love how your brain works, you adorable woman. Okay, So there's already an alarm system if an outsider tries to get past the coded lock. A message is instantly sent to Langley and another to local police.
Let's also set up a motion detector that will automatically begin a recording of any intruders if they get past the door. That way they'll be on camera and can be identified. If there are any local CIA agents within the Caribbean islands, they could be here within an hour or two. Erin and Braden spent the next hour setting up a trap on the inside door of the surveillance room, with cameras that would automatically begin to record as soon as anyone entered without using a passcode.
It's too bad that someone might get hurt coming in here,
Braden said with a grin. Are we just awful?
No, we're being cautious. And right now, after that broken window on the main floor and the noises we heard, we're both personally at risk as well as the operation.
I can't decide if it's Holden Grayson that's onto us or someone else in Martinique. I hope we won't be walking into a trap on this island.
We probably will be. I'm sure Grayson and his employees are already suspicious after last night's potshots. Hopefully, they'll assume it's someone who got lost in their airspace. I mean, airplanes travel back and forth across the Caribbean Sea from Venezuela to Santo Domingo and Cuba.
True enough, Erin agreed. How about if you stand guard while I take a 2-hour nap, and then I'll do the same for you before we leave for tonight's mission?
Sounds like a plan. Now go and get some sleep.
Erin stood on her tiptoes to give him a chaste kiss. Good night, dear. Braden growled in his throat and swung her around, slipping his arms around her waist and bringing her close.
I need a better goodnight kiss than that. Something good enough to get me through the upcoming crazy dangerous night.
I agree, whispered Erin against his lips. She kissed him deeply, closing her eyes and melting into his arms for a long, sensual kiss that sent shivers up and down her spine. We'll make it back home, won't we? She asked softly when their lips finally broke apart. Braden held her in his arms to hold her tight in the best bear hug ever.
Of course we will, my girl. You and I are getting married as soon as this is over. If we don't, I'll have to swim out to sea and never return. Life wouldn't be worth living without you by my side.
Emotion pricked Erin's eyes, and she gulped back the lump in her throat. I adore you, Dalton Quinn, she said. After blowing him one last kiss, she flopped onto the bed, buried her head into the soft, downy pillow, and was sound asleep within seconds. Erin sat up with a start. A light touch on her shoulder woke her up instantly. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silver glow on Braden's face. Is it my turn to guard the house while you catch some shut-eye? She asked.
Nope, we're past that. It's time to go.
What? Already? But you never slept.
I catnapped at your door. I'm good, ready to go.
Does that mean you heard back from Agent Ford?
I've been on the line with him downstairs for the past 30 minutes. Everything is in place. We have the green light. Let's rock and roll, honey.
Meet you at the gun collection downstairs in 10 minutes. Erin blithely told him.
Roger that.
As soon as Braden was gone, Erin quickly pulled on her camouflage clothes, tied her short blonde hair up into a mini ponytail to get it off her face, then rubbed dark green camo face paint all over her cheeks and nose and neck. The blonde hair would still be a neon sign, especially in the dark, so she tucked it up into a black baseball cap. After pulling on a pair of black leather gloves, she stuffed her clothes and belongings into her suitcase and a zippered duffel bag, ensuring she had her electronics and chargers. Being down in the house's surveillance room got her antsy to work in DC's skiff at Langley. 5 minutes later, she descended the stairs to their own personal skiff. They had called it the control room or the surveillance room, but it all meant the same thing. She was pretty sure she'd love it. Maybe one day.
Hey, sweetheart,
Braden called out as he opened the secure door. So what's our booby trap going to be? She called back. I don't think we can come back here. It won't be safe.
Nope, we're not coming back. I'm afraid a booby trap isn't good enough. I spoke with Agent Ford while you were packing. Everything is all set. Boats and a SEAL strike team are on their way. We can't let the computers and intelligence sitting in this surveillance room find their way into anyone's hands.
Erin nodded and suddenly understood what he was saying. What you mean is no booby traps. We're burning the place down.
You catch on quick.
You ever done this before?
Nope, but Ford gave me a nice tip about using our grenades to kick things off.
You make it sound like we're having a party, Erin said with a small laugh.
We'll start the fire down here in the control room, and it'll spread through the rest of the house within a couple of minutes.
What if one of the neighbors calls the fire department?
It's just going on 1 a.m. Nobody will know until it's too late to recover the house, or anything in it. Besides, the houses on this little cul-de-sac are a good distance from each other. The boom could wake people up, I suppose, but just one grenade will take out the entire downstairs pretty fast.
Erin met Braden with her luggage at the back door after he brought the SUV from the rear garage. They loaded their baggage in 2 duffel bags with weapons and ammo. Braden had also packed a few grenades, rifle scopes, lockpicks, rope, and their burner phones.
Have I forgotten anything?
He asked Erin. Only me, she teased, but I'll beat you to the car's front seat.
You ready for a nice movie special effect?
Erin stayed at the top of the stairs while Braden was just below her on the next stair step. The door to the control room was wide open. He pulled the pins to 2 grenades, holding them tight in his fists, and then threw them past the staircase and straight at the bank of computers.
Run!
He yelled. A surge of adrenaline kicked into high gear, and Erin was out the front door and flat on the grass a split second before Braden launched himself next to her. The grenades exploded in the basement with several muffled booms. The surveillance room was well soundproofed. It wasn't as loud as Erin thought it might be. She pictured the entire downstairs in ruins, flames eating up every computer and paper. A few moments later, the sound of exploding bullets began to pepper the air.
The fire is going to reach the main floor in a hurry,
Braden said, dashing toward the SUV with Erin right behind him. As they left the little neighborhood, the last of the ammo left behind in the gun safes was engulfed in flames. As they left the little neighborhood, the last of the ammo left behind in the gun safes were engulfed in flames. The stutter of several hundred bangs was obnoxiously loud in the quiet night air. I'm not sure any of our neighbors are still asleep, Agent Moretti, she said dryly. He grinned and gave her a wink.
I think you're right, Agent Steele.
After dropping off their luggage at a secure storage unit reserved for them, Erin drove to the airport. The island lay quiet and still in the darkness of past midnight. Only a few cars were on the roads. All businesses and restaurants were shut up tight and dark. The beaches were empty except for a couple of midnight walkers with dogs on a leash.
How are you feeling, Erin?
Braden asked, reaching over to touch her arm. Tonight, everything changes. Holden Grayson is going down, and Amelia will be rescued at last. He chuckled, a low, deep sound that sent tremors along Erin's neck.
Don't count your chickens. We have a long way to go tonight before this is over.
You don't have to tell me that. We've already accomplished 2 high-profile stings in the past couple of years, and I think we work pretty good together.
We do, he agreed softly. I just want to work a different kind of partnership after tonight. One where we never have to say goodbye each night.
You already got yourself that deal. We must make it permanent tomorrow before we leave on our honeymoon. Braden brushed a finger along her cheek as Erin turned into the airport parking.
From this moment on, we're focused and work tight and fast.
Before Mr. Grayson knows what hit him.
Now you're talking.
In about 45 minutes, they had unloaded the car's weaponry and supplies straight into the seaplane, and Braden had gone through his pilot checklist. Erin put on her headset while they taxied to the runway, and she and Braden checked the sound system so they could talk to one another. "So, have you ever flown a seaplane, dear?" I wasn't sure if you were honest with Agent Ford or if your bravado overtook your senses.
"Only once, a long time ago. We may be in for a rough landing, but I got everything under control. It will be tricky timing our arrival with the Navy boat and the SEALs."
I feel so much better now.
"I'm teasing you. It has been a while, because I don't work on islands very often, but I'm not worried. I have a couple of thousand flight hours."
From that point on, they were all business. They had already mapped out their navigation route and the coordinates for the meetup with Agent Ford, and Braden had the information to contact the boat's captain. 2 hours later, the faint lights of a boat down below came into view. The dark green mound of the small island was just to the north of the ship. Under the glitter of the stars, the white beaches appeared as a shimmering halo on the perimeter of thick jungle foliage.
"We're here," Erin breathed, while her heart stuttered in her chest.
Chapter 16. Planes, Seals, and Seaboats. Braden cut the engine and began a quiet glide toward the Navy boat. Even in the dark, Erin spotted the team of SEALs in black clothing and scuba gear moving about on the deck. Like the pro he was, Braden could maneuver the plane to come in right next to the boat. Since both sides of the seaplane were open, Erin took off her headset, unbuckled her seatbelt and harness, then rose to her feet to get off quickly.
"Watch out for the propellers," Braden warned.
"Gotcha," Erin said with a nod. She began unloading their gear and duffel bags, handing them to a couple of Navy personnel on their boat. They quickly stowed their equipment and weapons, then grabbed at her arms to help her off the plane in one fluid movement. After Braden docked the plane and secured it, he came aboard, moving to Erin's side with a small smile. Tension was thick, and there was minimal conversation, except for low murmurings, as sound carried across the water and the island was only 1,000 feet away, less than a quarter mile. The captain of the boat motioned for them to meet him in his cabin. "Have you got information for us?" Erin asked once the door closed. The three of them didn't exchange names.
"I've already got reports from 3 of my SEALs that went ashore an hour ago. They're hunkered down in the jungle on the island's south side, not far from where we are right now."
"What did they scope out?" Braden asked.
"The island is most definitely a compound. The thick canopy of trees hides it well, as we suspected. There's an enormous main building, a mansion if you will, with every luxury. A dozen or so bedrooms and bathrooms upstairs and down, a medical facility." At this, Erin's eyebrows shot up, but she didn't speak. The captain ticked them off on his hands. "A swimming pool, tennis court, wine cellar, movie theater, professional kitchen, helipad, and boat dock on the north side. Purposely well camouflaged, so hard to make out by air."
"Any of your men spot out who's in the main house?"
"Before I get to that, there is a second building, part of it underground. I've got my best guy inside reporting on what he's finding." "Anybody I know?" Braden asked, curiosity in his voice. "Nope, nobody knows who he is. He's our best, though. We call him Invisible Man. I'm not sure how he got inside, but he's sending me reports. That's how I know what's happening inside the main house and the warehouse."
Curiosity itched at Erin. "They're running their operation from this island, then?" she asked.
The captain nodded. "It's perfect. Far from anywhere, but still easy to get to Venezuela, where any crime goes, if you know the right people and have money to bribe the government. Since we're not that far, as the crow flies, from Africa, they smuggle precious stones in and out, have a counterfeiting operation, and are moving drugs across borders worldwide. It's a huge operation with hundreds of employees, mostly in other parts of the world who have no clue that most of this is illegal. This island is a speck of dust from the air, but airplanes never fly over it because commercial aircraft hop from Florida to the islands, or Caracas, using other routes. This particular island is truly in the middle of nowhere.
That's what we've ascertained, too, Erin agreed.
I've been following this Grayson guy for years, and I can't believe we finally have him in sight.
The captain looked at them curiously.
I know you two are FBI and CIA, but why are you working together on this? Those two entities work alone, and FBI is domestic, not international. Long story, but we stumbled across Holden Grayson a year ago on another job we were doing stateside, Braden explained. My partner here has a personal interest as well, he added. What's that, if I may ask? The captain asked, turning to Erin. Personal can often mean more risk of danger.
My sister is Holden Grayson's lover. Well, his wife now, I guess. I'm here to rescue her.
Not take her into custody.
I'm certain she's being used as a pawn in Grayson's scheme. That somehow he's brainwashed her, but we don't have an arrest warrant for her. Just Grayson.
Okay then. You two ready to get on that island? It's after 3 a.m. and we need to move before dawn hits. Ready whenever your team is. What's the specific plan? Braden asked. There are cameras everywhere, so the first thing my SEALs will do is take them out or disable them. Another small group is cutting the power to the house and any internet cables and phone lines. Of course, we're sitting in the middle of the ocean, but Grayson's rich enough that he probably put in underwater wires and a satellite network. Once I get the signal, that's been accomplished. The captain went on. My men will get you guys to the island in that rubber dinghy floating at the bow of the boat. Once you're there, you're on your own to do your job. Here's a crude map of the compound layout.
He handed over a waterproof map that showed the layout of the interior of the house.
I'm sure everyone is asleep in their beds, Braden whispered.
We can only hope, Erin said in a low voice. She and Braden stood at the front of the boat, watching the quiet movement of the team of SEALs, wearing oxygen tanks, flippers, and scuba masks, silently drop backward over the edge of the boat. Leaning over the bow, she tried to make out their bodies swimming toward the island, but there wasn't even a ripple. It wasn't long before Erin grew fidgety, pacing the deck while staring at the island in the dark night until her eyes ached. While they waited for their signal, she and Braden got ready to breach the perimeter by placing their guns and knives in strategic spots on their bodies. A Glock went on their backs and under their belts, a long-bladed dagger in her boot. A grenade clipped to the opposite boot, and then a pistol carried in her hand. An hour later, the captain came up behind them.
Mission accomplished. You're up next. I've got 2 men navigating the dinghy and making sure you get to shore. Once you're on the south beach, the one you can see from here, you'll take a circuitous path west through the trees and enter the house by a servant's door.
Erin nodded, and the 2 men wearing forest camo paint on their faces helped them into the rubber dinghy. It was a silent ride, and Erin's heart lodged into her throat as they drew closer and closer. She stilled her shaking hands by sitting on them, a spray of water on her face as the 2 SEALs quietly rowed them to shore. Once the men pulled the boat up onto the beach, she and Braden jumped out. She glanced at him, but their own black clothing and face paint made them appear as merely shadows in the night. Together they hurried to the closest copse of trees to hide as fast as possible. There was a narrow dirt path and they followed it, moving slow and carefully so as not to alert any guards. But from what the captain had said, most of the guards had been taken out, dead or knocked out cold. The night was muggy and warm, the only sound the faint buzzing of distant insects. Even those seemed subdued since they were getting close to dawn, and most creatures were asleep, even insects quieted after midnight.
Another few hundred yards and Erin stopped and pointed her finger to Braden, motioning him to look ahead and to the right. There was the door marked on their map, almost nearly hidden in the dark. Cautiously they moved to the door and paused, listening. No sound of movement or even breathing came from the other side. Braden grasped the doorknob and pulled it open an inch or two. Nothing happened. Taking Erin's hand in his, he moved through the door and then stopped to wait again and listen. Nothing could be heard. They were still alone, thank goodness. Before closing the door, Erin glanced backward. The sky had lightened ever so slightly. Not more than a smidge, but the sun was definitely moving closer. It was now after 4 o'clock in the morning. They had to hurry. Erin began to move a bit more swiftly, through hallways and corridors, past dark living spaces, an enormous kitchen and dining room laid for a dozen guests. Then past a sauna and swimming pool, because she caught the faint scent of chlorine. Continuing to move forward, they passed a couple of offices and then onto the mansion's rear. The bedroom suites were getting close. Braden paused to show Erin the map he'd received a few minutes earlier from the SEAL team captain. He pointed to the most extensive suite of rooms and tapped it. Holden Grayson's private rooms. Most likely, Amelia was there or close by. She nodded and took a slow, shallow breath. But before they had moved another 5 feet, a door on their left creaked open, and Braden was on it in a flash. He shoved a tall figure back into the room, and just before the door slammed, Erin pushed through as well. She leaned against the door. Lamps sitting on side tables glowed a soft yellow. They must have backup generators to their backup generators. A man stepped from the shadows. It was Shane Ferguson, a.k.a. Jake Latham. Chapter 17. You're stalking me. Shane gave a little laugh. Hey, Lacey Klein, I think that guy behind you is stalking you. Didn't we see him on the beach? I could say the same thing about you, Mr. Airplane Tour Man. You've been trying to get me on a plane with you and your slimy friend Antonio. For the record, I know who you are. Not Shane Ferguson, but Jake Latham, a homegrown San Francisco boy, roommate to a guy named Dalton Quinn. Never heard of him in my life. That's because you probably know him as Braden Moretti. When she stated that little fact, Erin finally got a rise out of the guy. He glowered for a moment, then switched on the charm. You're looking good, Miss Lacey. Did you come to our little island to take that tour with me? I guarantee you're going to love it. But maybe we should have a romantic dinner first. Get to know each other better before that first big date. Maybe not, Jake, Braden said, finally emerging from the shadows. Braden, my man, Jake said in a loud voice, throwing out his arms in an expansive gesture. It's been a long time. Not long enough, it seems, Braden said evenly. You're such a liar, Jake. A CIA mole working for scum like Holden Grayson? Seriously? Jake gave a little laugh. Hey, the paychecks are mighty fine. Besides, I've known Holden for decades, longer than I ever knew you. Braden frowned. How can that be? He's 2 decades older than you. Don't you know that blood is thicker than water? The man is my uncle. So how do you two know each other? He asked, pointing between Erin and Braden. You're here to interfere with this operation. Braden threw back at the man. To stop a criminal from getting away. You've lied from the beginning. You took an oath to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the land, not to mention that you agreed to serve and protect your fellow agents, who would take a bullet for you. Why, Latham? Is money more important than your honor and integrity? Hey, out here in the middle of the ocean, there is no constitution or laws. You should know that, Moretti. It's each man for himself, and a lot less dangerous than taking down criminals in the streets of D.C. or New York. He added, the CIA has been looking for Holden for decades, and he outsmarts them every time. He'll never go down, so why shouldn't I get something out of it? You made a pass at my wife. We both know she's not your wife. Besides, she flirted back. I did not, Erin snapped back. And even if you interpreted it as flirting, I was playing a role, you idiot. Without warning, Braden threw a punch at Jake, and within seconds they were throwing each other around the room, tussling together and crashing into the furniture. Stop it, Erin hissed, terrified that the noise would wake the entire household and ruin the operation. As soon as Braden had Jake on the floor, Erin pinned his arms with her heavy boots while Braden held him in a tight grip. Where's Grayson? She demanded. We don't care about you. You'll go down with this entire operation. It's only a matter of time. You will never get the satisfaction of his arrest, Moretti. He's too good at this. At everything. You have no idea who you're dealing with. His connections, his influence, it's worldwide. Erin ignored what Latham was saying. She didn't care how powerful Holden Grayson was. She just knew that his days were numbered. Her voice was cold as ice. You do know that the island is surrounded. Your uncle and you will never get off alive if you don't come quietly. You're wrong, sweetheart. Grayson already knows you're here. Seals can often be so noisy. That stopped Erin in her tracks. That makes no sense. He would have to know we were coming. Of course, you're the mole, so you gave us up. That's worse than a traitor. You don't have an ounce of loyalty, not even to those who've had your back for years. Jake rubbed at his jaw, where a bruise now bloomed. I didn't have to tell him that you would eventually invade his island and attempt to arrest him. He's been following you two ever since you were placed in the Witness Protection Program. How could he possibly know about the Witness Program? Latham laughed, his face twisting into an ugly sneer. Through me, of course. Holden has known you were eventually coming. That's why he already disappeared again. He has friends in high places all over the world. Nobody can stop him. Not you, not me, not the SEALs, even if they are pretty good at what they do. Erin curled her fingers into a fist. She wanted to punch this guy so hard he howled in pain, and then wiped that smirk off his face. Disgust washed over Braden's face. You will go down if it's the last thing I do, he vowed. Never going down, Moretti, because I have big plans. Plans to marry your girl here. She's gorgeous and a hottie. Hot-headed, too, which I love in a woman. That's when Erin lost it. With one quick move, she punched the man right in the nose. Blood spurted, and Latham cried out in surprise, cupping his hands under his face, then lifting his shirt to staunch the bleeding. Erin shook her hand out. Wow, that hurt. Good thing she was wearing her leather gloves. Before the guy could say anything more, Braden began to read him his rights. But it was already too late. Before the first words were out of his mouth or the handcuffs unhooked from Braden's belt, Jake Latham had swiftly crossed the room and disappeared through a door that appeared to materialize in the middle of a wood-paneled wall. Erin's jaw dropped. What just happened? Braden pressed his lips into a thin line. This place is booby-trapped and built for getting away. Who knows what hidden corridors are on the other side of these walls? Or how many hired hands have guns ready to blow our heads off? Erin shivered. I fear you may be right. Meanwhile, what do we do about Jake's threats to us? He makes me wonder if he will try and kidnap me, or worse. Oh, sweetheart, I'll never let that happen. Although that was a mighty fine punch. Latham better watch himself.
I have a terrific idea, Erin said with a sly grin. Let's get married. Then he'll leave me alone. Braden laughed out loud.
Did you just propose to me?
I figure it's allowed since you already proposed months ago.
But did you say yes?
He teased.
You know I did,
Erin said, her voice softening. I said yes over and over again. There was a long pause while they gazed at each other and tried not to laugh. Erin broke the quiet. I suppose it's silly to argue over this when Jake Latham is on the run. Braden gave a slight shrug.
I'm not worried about him. I'm sure the SEALs captured him as soon as he left this room. They have a lot of specialized sensors and infrared. I'm more worried about where Holden Grayson is.
It's time to find Amelia. I don't want her to get hurt. Cautiously, they left the bedroom suite where they'd found Jake and paused in the dusky hallway. Before they could move again, Braden tapped his ear, listening. His eyes met Erin's.
Amelia's suite has been found. To the right and down this long corridor that wraps around the rear of the mansion.
I didn't realize you had an ear communications device.
I don't. It's Latham's. I found it on the floor after you helped me pin him. He was thrashing so hard it fell out of his ear.
You sly man, you. I'm impressed.
Great right hook, by the way. Is your hand okay?
It hurts, that's for sure. But no broken bones. Probably be black and blue tomorrow, though. Braden gently lifted her fingers to his mouth and kissed them.
You ready, Agent Klein? Or can I call you Erin again?
I'll go by anything you want to call me. Her voice turned husky when she glanced up at his beautiful face and those sultry dark brown eyes. But I wish I could have punched Latham out cold.
We'll get him. He can't go far. After all, we're on an island with SEALs and boats everywhere. We're almost 300 miles from the nearest shoreline with shark-infested waters. What was that?
As soon as Braden spit out the words, an explosion rocked the room. The sound was so deafening, Erin was thrown to the ground. Bits of plaster fell from the ceiling while her ears rang painfully. She couldn't even hear herself speak for a few moments. Braden shook his head.
That can't be good.
Shouts came from the outer hallways, and Braden tugged Erin behind him as they continued down the corridor to Amelia's rooms. When they reached each suite, they threw the door open and peered inside. Most were empty. A couple of bedrooms held island employees staggering out of bed and pulling on clothes. Another room looked like an office. Another vast room was the movie theater, and after that came a shimmering swimming pool with rich blue water, diving boards, and lounge chairs. Through the windows of the indoor pool house, dawn was lighting the sky with a pale pink hue. It had to be after 5 now. Racing to the next wing of private rooms, Erin's heart was thumping so loud she swore it would burst out of her chest. A group of SEALs came running in formation down the hall. The leader saluted Braden, who asked,
"Was that explosion one of ours?"
"Negative, sir. It was a small bomb set off by the owner of the compound. But it only took out one of the pool houses. Damage in the kitchens. Employees are swarming outside."
Do you have any intel on Holden Grayson?
"Negative, unfortunately. We have 2 teams outside in the jungle tracking the man, but he might have already left the island via the helicopter pad."
How long ago?
"At least 30 minutes.
We didn't get a bird up in the air ourselves to bring him down?"
The SEAL shook his head.
"We only have boats, no choppers. Although we've called for one which will arrive shortly to take Mrs. Grayson off the island. Right now, the only plane is yours. There's no way it could catch up. We have no idea which direction it went, although we suspect he continued southwest, across the Caribbean Sea into Venezuela. Probably some small town on the coast."
"And what about the lady of the house? Do you have her in custody?"
"Negative, but the master suites are straight ahead and up that half flight of stairs. Already searched, but you can look again."
Braden nodded, and a strange sensation filled the back of Erin's throat. Amelia was close. She could feel it.
Chapter 18. A Hidden Master Suite. They took the indicated staircase, padded with thick plush carpeting and polished walnut and brass railings, then stopped at the top. The master bedroom suite had no door per se, but a beautiful archway opened into an enormous space of at least 1,500 square feet that included a vast bedroom, sitting rooms, bathroom, walk-in closets, deep bathtubs, and a spa. High ceilings with chandeliers hung everywhere, and the furnishings and draperies were rich and lush, with gold trim and columned pillars of marble that extended to hold up the 14-foot ceilings with medallions and lush trim. Beyond the main room lay a garden sunroom with floor-to-ceiling windows that appeared to go on for miles. French doors opened directly onto the most gorgeous, pristine beach with leafy palm trees and soft white sand. It was the most stunning suite of rooms Erin had ever seen in her life. Unfortunately, it also appeared empty until Braden put a finger to his lips and pointed down a short hallway to a large dressing area.
"You go first," he said in a low voice. "It's better for you since she's your sister."
Nerves ran riot in Erin's stomach, and her palms began to sweat when she slowly moved toward the walk-in closets and mirrored dressing room. Just before she entered, she pulled her gun out of her waistband and held it up with extraordinary caution. She had no idea who might be hiding in the closets or disappearing into the walls as Jake Latham had done. Erin paused at the wide doorway, keeping her back against the wall. She shot a glance at Braden before turning her head to the right to peek inside. Her sister Amelia was hurriedly tugging dresses, slacks, and blouses off rows of hangers and throwing them into a suitcase. A small attempt was made to fold them into piles, but her sister worked fast. Another case lay open to a 10-foot-long granite counter space with cosmetics and hair products. Erin had to think of her sister as Mrs. Holden Grayson, an accessory to untold crimes, although she had no specific charges. Still, the charges could include money laundering, counterfeiting, drugs, and international smuggling of jewels and precious million-dollar artwork. Another team at the FBI and CIA was working on those details. Right now, she was rescuing her sister, not arresting her. Even so, the plan was to make sure Amelia didn't flee before she could be questioned, which meant a pair of handcuffs dangled from her belt. Taking a breath, Erin pivoted to the center of the archway, holding her arms out, gun extended. "Hold it right there, Amelia." Her sister's head shot up, and she froze in place. "Or should I call you Mrs. Holden Grayson?" Erin added. Amelia made a show of dropping the lingerie she was holding into the suitcase.
"Good grief, Erin. What are you doing? Are you actually planning to use that thing on your own sister?"
"You tell me, Amelia. You swore 2 months ago in Savannah that you had no idea what kind of business your husband was involved in. But here you are on his secret island where I'm sure several illegal operations are going on."
"That's actually not true, Erin."
"We're going to nitpick about this?" She shot back. "What part are you disputing?"
"I'm not nitpicking. Holden doesn't own this island. He's got a business associate that does."
"That's called nitpicking."
"You're going to shoot me because I'm on vacation in a luxury mansion? My husband isn't even here at the moment. You've got to do better than that."
Erin glanced over her shoulder at Braden, who shook his head, perplexed. "You know exactly why I'm here. And you know who your husband is and who he does business with."
You have no idea how wrong you are, Erin, Amelia said firmly. But if you want to arrest him, it's too late. He's long gone.
Where will you be meeting him?
He said that he would let me know.
How nice and vague. Where's your plane?
On the runway, waiting for me, I assume.
You're packing in an awful hurry.
Amelia shrugged. We have tickets to the opera in Vienna. Holden finished up his business here, and we're going on a long vacation.
Erin pressed her lips together. It was impressive how cool and collected she was with SEALs and a strike team taking over the island. Amelia had an answer for everything. It didn't take a genius to figure out that her exotic travel plans, like tickets to the opera, were doublespeak for Holden Grayson's plans to flit from city to city until the feds lost track of him. And Erin would bet they were not going to Vienna. That was a decoy. But she'd pass along the information her sister was giving to Braden's team at Langley. The charges against him will put him away for the rest of his life, maybe yours too. A low growl of frustration came from Amelia's throat.
Good grief, Erin. Have you no heart? No compassion for me if my innocent husband goes to prison?
Have you no compassion for the thousands of people he's caused to suffer through his actions of theft, drug trafficking, and more?
Last I knew, a man is innocent until proven guilty.
Erin shook her head in frustration. Amelia had that phrase down pat.
Talk to me, Amelia, she asked, her voice breaking. I'm your sister. How did you ever get mixed up with Holden Grayson? Why do you stay loyal to him? That's something you wouldn't understand, Amelia said quietly. You must know that he's made his billions. It appears that he's deserted you. He left you in this mansion alone to cope with a strike team of SEALs and agents. I'm not worried. Holden always has plans. He's a successful businessman, she added, although Erin detected a quiver in her sister's voice. She was not immune to the sudden invasion of SEALs on the island, although she put on a calm facade. Tell me the plan, or I'll have to arrest you. You have no arrest warrant, Amelia said confidently, gazing at Erin with her cool blue eyes. If you arrest me, Holden will get me out, and you will truly never see me again. So help me, Erin. You have no idea how powerful my husband is. How could you love such a man? Erin asked softly. Why? I hate this. I hate that I haven't seen you in more than 2 years. Mom and Dad are beside themselves, sick with worry and fear. Lila Norwood and I spent months searching for you when you disappeared. The San Francisco police worked tirelessly. We organized search parties, and all this time, you were with Holden Grayson. Why? Her sister ignored the questions. Did you tell them you saw me a few months ago in Savannah? No, Erin whispered. I didn't have the heart to get their hopes up. Not when you were so distant at the Levine Christmas party and wouldn't confide in me. What was I supposed to tell them? Something like, oh, by the way, I ran into Amelia. She's alive but hates our guts and wouldn't come home with me. I never said I hated them. You had my permission to tell Mom and Dad I was alive. But telling them you're alive when you had no intention of ever seeing them again is just as painful. Maybe more so. Their hearts have never healed. How could they? You were their daughter. Would it help if I told you I was sorry our parents have been suffering? Yes, actually, it would, Erin said, anger surging. At least you're not completely cold and heartless. Maybe you'll understand what they've gone through if you ever have a child of your own. However, I wouldn't recommend starting a family with a man like Holden Grayson. The idea makes me shudder. I have no qualms about going down with Holden. I love him that much. Despite you telling me all the terrible things he might have done, you don't know him as I do. As they say, The heart loves who the heart loves. We all do terrible things, Erin. We all do wonderful things. How can we judge someone's intent? Actions do speak for themselves. Erin shot back. Amelia slowly shook her head. The world is not black and white, no matter how much you'd like it to be. You with your job as an FBI agent. It still astonishes me that my little sister would want to be an officer of the law, especially after what happened when we were kids. A small smile flitted across Amelia's lips, knowing that statement would put Erin off kilter. She put the last clothes into the suitcase and snapped the locks. Stepping away from the table, she zipped up the cosmetic bag. And that's when Erin saw the swollen bump of her belly. The air left her lungs so fast Erin couldn't breathe. She finally gasped. "You're pregnant." "Quite observant, little sister. And you're asking me to leave the father of my child, the man I adore. He's given me a life I only dreamed about." A life of luxury is one thing, but living with an international criminal is quite another. Wealth and riches are an insignificant part of why I love Holden. But maybe you wouldn't understand since you have a pillar of manly purity with Agent Braden Moretti. Or should I call him Dalton Quinn? Her words cut at Erin's soul, even though she didn't think Amelia meant them in that manner. Her sister had always been one to penetrate the heart of an issue, the ability to speak her mind without any regrets. Swallowing hard, Erin tried not to dwell on the fact that Grayson knew who they were and about tonight's operation before it happened. The man had spies everywhere, even in the intelligence communities of the country, such as Jake Latham, who helped set her and Braden up. How did the man gain such power? Who had given it to him? Or who had Holden Grayson taken it from? "When is the baby due to arrive?" she asked instead, finally lowering the gun. It was impressive that Amelia hadn't flinched the entire time Erin pointed the weapon at her, although she had never released the safety on the pistol. "About 4 months. Due in the late summer. And now I have a plane to catch, so please excuse me." While Amelia spoke, Erin moved swiftly to her sister's side and placed the steel handcuffs around her wrists before she could protest or disappear. "What are you doing?" Amelia said, ice in her voice. "Where's the arrest warrant? I demand to see it. Agent Moretti? Official papers, please. You have no right to take me into custody without one." "You are correct. You're not named in this particular indictment," Braden told her in a hard voice. "You're free once we get you off the island. Although I will naturally assume you have transportation to wherever you're meeting your husband." "Naturally, you can assume that, but I don't have to answer." "That's your prerogative," Braden said simply. "Just as we can assume a lot about what's happening here. The facts are that we, the feds, have taken over the island, so you will be flown to Miami where you'll be questioned. I do have a warrant for that, Mrs. Grayson." Amelia's expression set with annoyance. "You really think you need to handcuff me?" "Actually, yes, I do," Braden told her. "I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. I'll be escorting you to your transportation. It's waiting now." "Any word on Latham?" Erin asked him. "He's in custody. He tried to get to an underground bunker after he disappeared into the wall, but our guys got him. We're hoping he'll sing like a bird." Amelia made a harumphing noise at Braden's statement about Jake Latham. "I'm a pregnant woman and have no intention of endangering my child. Besides, I suppose there's nowhere for me to go but to your little Navy boat." "Relax, Mrs. Grayson. You can get out of the handcuffs once we arrive in Florida." "Caracas is closer," Amelia said, a small smile crossing her lips. "Sure, we'll take you to Caracas only to lose you to the Venezuelan secret police and never see you again. You must think we're idiots."
Amelia turned her head away, purposely not looking at Erin. The gesture stabbed at Erin's chest. Her sister was furious and now refused to speak to her. Braden had immediately called for backup when they found Amelia in the luxurious suite. Hence, 4 agents of the strike team were at the archway to the suite, waiting to escort Amelia to the helicopter. Following behind Braden, Erin scrutinized her sister as one of the SEALs helped her into the Navy chopper. 2 other agents buckled her in, and they would accompany her during the trip. Her heart was breaking. A stabbing pain in her chest throbbed. She leaned against Braden, so exhausted it was tempting to lie down on the wide expanse of lawn.
"She's a piece of work, your sister, isn't she?"
Braden said once the helicopter was in the air. Amusement played at his mouth. "She is," Erin said softly, tears filling her eyes even as she fought them back with a ferocity that made her bite her tongue. "But I always admired her, adored her, looked up to her."
"What happened when you were kids that she referred to?"
"I'll tell you some other time. I don't have the energy or the heart right now." Braden brought her in close and wrapped his muscular arms around her in a giant bear hug. Erin melted against him as the tears flowed down her cheeks despite her fierce fight against them.
"This operation has taken it out of us, wouldn't you say, sweetheart?"
Braden murmured against her hair. She nodded silently, clinging to him like a lifeline.
"I think we deserve a vacation,"
he added while they watched the helicopter take off into the sky and disappear on the horizon. The sight of the transport taking Amelia far away from her again nearly broke Erin, and a desperate noise sounded in her throat. "I agree," she finally said softly. Braden cleared his throat, speaking quietly into Erin's hair as she leaned against him.
"To answer your earlier question when you proposed, and we were so rudely interrupted. Yes, let's get married and go on a honeymoon. I've heard they're great."
"At the moment, I think I need to sleep for about 24 hours.
"We can do that, as long as we sleep in the same bed and only get up when we're starving. Where would you like to go?"
"You choose. I'm too tired," Erin said with a little laugh. "Surprise me, but somewhere we can go off the grid for a month."
"Now you're talking." Braden turned her around and kissed her softly on the lips. "I do adore you, Agent Steele."
"The feeling is mutual. Oh, so very mutual." Erin lifted her chin. Then she took Braden's face between her palms and brought his head down to meet her mouth. After a few moments, she heard stifled chuckling. They both jerked up and saw the group of SEALs watching. The men whooped and clapped in appreciation for the romantic show. Without hesitation, Braden tipped Erin backward, holding her tightly while he kissed her passionately and deeply all over again. The move only made the Navy officers holler some more, while the clapping turned into thunderous applause. A gruff male voice interrupted the fun. It was the commanding officer from the Navy boat.
"At ease, men, at ease."
Instantly, the other agents and SEALs went silent while Braden pulled Erin up from the movie-like kissing position and grinned.
"This is a direct order, Agents Steele and Moretti," the boat captain continued. "Get married and go on that honeymoon now. I don't want to see your faces again for at least a month."
"Yes, sir,"
Braden answered, snapping to attention while Erin leaned against his side, unable to stop laughing. Chapter 19. Getting Married for the Second Time. When Erin arrived at the beautiful cabana on the private beach Braden had reserved for them on Martinique, a package arrived. Special delivery addressed to Erin Steele Moretti. Who in the world could have sent this? Nobody knew where they were. Except it appeared that Agent Howell, Erin's old and beloved boss, had sent it. She took a kitchen knife to the enormous box, and her jaw dropped. The wedding gown she had almost gotten married in back in Savannah in Darla's secret FBI beauty salon was lying inside. Included with the dress were the veil and strappy white shoes. In the bottom of the box, a manila envelope contained the marriage license from a month ago when Erin was tossed into the bulletproof SUV with dark windows and 2 stoic drivers, who practically pushed her out the door at the airport. A brief note accompanied the items. "Find a local justice of the peace and get married already. Howell." Erin didn't wait for Braden to return from purchasing groceries and making arrangements for a celebratory dinner. She immediately called a taxi, put on the wedding dress, the veil, and the white shoes, then fixed her hair and makeup. When she was ready to leave, she slipped one of Braden's dark suits from its hanger in the closet. Grabbing a taxi, she texted Braden and told him to meet her at the courthouse in downtown Fort-de-France. Braden, "Is everything okay?" Erin, "Everything is perfect. So very, very excellent. I'll tell you when we get there." Braden, "Don't keep me in suspense." Erin, "Oh, you funny, adorable man." Erin was waiting at the curb when Braden pulled up in the rental car. He hurried around the front of the vehicle, stopped to stare at her, and then whistled long and loud. "You look gorgeous, woman." "Why, thank you," she said coyly. "You're wearing the wedding dress from before, the one Darla gave you. What's going on?" "Did you forget? Can't have a honeymoon without a wedding." "You got it all arranged with the Justice of the Peace? Now?" Erin stuck a hand on her hip. "Are you having cold feet after all we've gone through?" "Are you kidding? No. I wasn't expecting it this fast. And," he added, taking her hands in his, "you're you again. The Erin I fell in love with. The Erin that rocks my world every single day." Erin had returned to her long, dark brown locks. She'd gone to a beautician that morning after landing at the airport and had her hair dyed back to her original color and extensions added. This was how she wanted to get married, as herself, not Lacey Klein, as nice as that persona was. "You look beautiful, Erin, and I love you." "I love you too, Braden." He took her hand in his, clasping it warmly, as he led her up the courthouse steps, then paused at the door. "Do we have an appointment? I really can't wait another day." "Yes, we have an appointment." She smiled. "I think of everything. It's the FBI agent in me." A few minutes later, they were ushered into the judge's courtroom. Within a moment, they realized that everyone was speaking French. "I didn't think of that." Braden laughed. "I didn't either. We'll have to stumble along and just smile a lot." The judge's nameplate read Justice Monsieur Bernard. He called them up to the bench by crooking his finger, peering over the glasses that had slid down his nose and looking a bit ominous in his black robes. "You are not French," he stated matter-of-factly in a French accent. "Mais non," Erin said. "Je suis désolé." He waved away her apology. "You are lucky that I speak English too." Braden blew out a breath of relief, chuckling. "Marriage license, s'il vous plaît," the judge asked, extending his hand. "Here it is, monsieur," Braden said, handing the document across the wide desk. The judge perused it for several moments, taking his time to check each box. He then asked for their passports and matched those as well. After that, he leaned back in his chair and studied them. "I do not understand. You have a signed and dated license. You are already married." "We never got to finish the ceremony," Erin explained awkwardly. Braden added, "We barely said 'I do' before we had to leave in a mighty hurry. The ceremony wasn't finished." "Not finished. I do not understand." "Let's just say that work rudely interrupted us. We never heard our marriage announced, that we had become husband and wife. We want to feel truly married." Judge Renard frowned, then gave a deep chuckle. "D'accord, d'accord."
I will marry you again so you can finish your vows.
He rose from his desk and came down the steps to the main floor. Standing before them, Judge Renard asked Braden take Erin by the hand.
I will have my secretary and assistant be your witnesses. No family.
Braden shook his head.
They are far away from here, but they were there the day we tried to get married. As long as the bride's mother got to see her daughter in her wedding gown, you can always have a big party when you return home. Parties are a big tradition here on Saint Martinique.
The judge smiled and then began the vows, asking for Erin and Braden to separately say "I do" when asked. Then he cleared his throat for the finale. He glanced at the witnesses and said in a big, booming voice,
I now pronounce you husband and wife, married from this time forward until the end of your lives. May you be happy and live in peace and love all your days.
He paused and gazed at them one at a time.
Braden Moretti, Erin Steele, you may now kiss each other as husband and wife, Mr. and Mrs. Moretti.
Erin closed her eyes while tingles sprinted from her toes to the top of her head when Braden took her by the waist and pressed his lips against hers in a kiss that perfectly sealed their union. They were finally and indeed married forevermore. When they broke apart, the two witnesses clapped their hands, shouting, "Félicitations pour votre mariage."
Wait,
Justice Renard said, holding up a hand. He stared down at Braden.
Your wife needs a ring, Mr. Moretti.
Braden gulped, glancing at Erin with a sweet and terrified look on his face.
We forgot rings.
I didn't, she told him. I've been keeping my engagement ring safe for the last 2 months. Erin handed it to him, and Braden quietly slipped it on her finger. The Marquise diamond with ruby accents sparkled under the harsh lights of the courtroom.
Oh my, I love it all over again, she whispered.
Reaching again into the tiny pocket of her handbag, she produced a gold band to put on Braden's left hand. He clenched his fist and grinned, taking her hand to kiss the back of her fingers.
Problem is, I don't have the wedding band that matches your engagement ring. It's back home in San Francisco.
Erin grinned in return, pulling out another small velvet box. I had my brother Sean raid your apartment and send it special delivery to Saint Martinique.
Braden whistled, impressed. You're very detail-oriented, my love.
It's one of my many talents. Braden took the narrow gold band from Erin and slipped it onto her left hand.
Now we are truly married, he said tenderly.
He leaned down to kiss her again, softly and sweetly, his lips warm and perfect. Justice Renard shook their hands, wished them another round of félicitations, and added,
Now go and have a marvelous honeymoon on beautiful Martinique.
When Erin and Braden hit the courthouse steps again, the sun was blazing in the sky. She blew out her breath and began laughing, wiping at her eyes. Is it all finally real, Braden?
Very real, my beautiful girl. And I'll make tonight incredibly real.
Are we having a celebration dinner? I'm kind of starving, I just realized. Braden laughed at her, cupping her face in his palms and kissing her again in her wedding gown.
Yep, we're eating back at our private cabana. I have a surprise.
He drove the rental car to the beach house and carried her across the threshold, sealing it with another kiss. The sound of footsteps from somewhere in the house startled Erin. Who's that? Braden winked at her.
No cooking for us. The house comes with a private chef who arrives daily with 3 gourmet meals.
That sounds absolutely divine.
Now let me help you out of that wedding dress and into one of your bikinis.
Erin widened her eyes at him. How did you know I brought bikinis?
I couldn't help peeking into the closet.
She gave his arm a playful slap. What else is on the agenda besides dinner and swimming in the ocean?
The best beach for snorkeling is just up the road, but right now, the rest of the world doesn't exist any longer. After the past month, the past year, we're shutting it all out. Nobody can find us here. We've paid our dues. Now it's our time. It's just you and me, babe.
After so long, the rest of the world melted away as Braden picked Erin up and carried her into the large bedroom suite, her white lacy veil trailing after them. Her husband laid her on the bed and gathered her in his arms with the sweetest, softest, most passionate kiss they had ever shared. 5 minutes later, a cell phone began to ring in the middle of their embrace.
"Don't get it," Erin whispered, kissing each corner of Braden's lips, her hand around his neck, tugging him closer. "If you dare pick up that phone, so help me."
"What?" Braden teased. "You'll do what?"
"I'll kiss you like this for the rest of our lives."
"Deal. I don't need this dad-blasted phone anyway."
Braden grabbed the offending phone from his jacket pocket and tossed it out the open cabana window, where it landed in the soft white sand. Then he shut the drapes against the bright island sunlight, took off his jacket and tie, and slid onto the bed next to his bride, to kiss Erin as Mrs. Braden Moretti at last. Chapter 20. Meanwhile, Amelia Grayson's chauffeur dropped her off at the tall white medical center that held a women's hospital and obstetrician offices off the coastline of Greece. Thunder crashed overhead and rain began to pour as she followed the sidewalk to the lobby doors and headed to the bank of elevators. After pressing the button for the lift, the elevator doors swished open and Amelia stepped inside. When the elevator stopped on the 4th floor, Amelia checked in at the nurse's station. It wasn't long before she was shown to a room at the end of a hallway. Lying on her back as instructed, the ultrasound technician took Amelia's blood pressure and set up the test equipment. "How are you feeling?" the nurse asked in perfect English with a slight Greek accent. "Fairly well, considering I don't get much sleep anymore. The baby kicks all the time now." "That's good. The signs of a healthy baby. Good sleep for mothers is a whole other topic. Okay, it just takes a few minutes to set up my equipment, and then we'll get going." A knock sounded at the door. Another nurse cracked the door open and poked her head in. "Mrs. Grayson?" "Yes," Amelia said, turning her head toward the door. The nurse smiled. "You have a visitor." Opening the door wider, she moved aside as a tall man with the most beautiful piercing blue eyes entered the exam room. He wore an expensive suit with sharp-cut broad shoulders and shoes polished to perfection. A touch of gray dashed across the handsome man's temples.
"Hello, darling,"
he said in a cultured voice, moving to Amelia's side in a single smooth step. He took his wife's hand and kissed the back of it.
"Is today the day we finally get to see our son?"
he asked.
"Yes, my love. It's a beautiful day,"
Amelia whispered. Just then, a bolt of lightning cracked the sky outside the hospital windows. Drizzling mist began to seep from the cloudy skies onto the city streets below the hospital before turning into an avalanche of a pouring rainstorm. A man wearing a black overcoat, a fedora hat, and holding an umbrella stood underneath the canopy of a nearby cafe, watching and waiting to make his move. This has been Her CIA Operative Fake Husband, written by Kimberly Montpetit, narrated by Elizabeth Walker. Copyright 2023 by Kimberly Montpetit. Production copyright by Kimberly Montpetit.